Ruaraka campus from the 30th to the 3rd. There will be quite a huge assembly of people who are enthusiastic towards innovations will be assembled there. There will be various pitches, there will be shows on innovations, competitions. So please, you are most welcome to come and participate with us and for sure contribute to the sustainable development of our nation. Thank you so much indeed.
We are not from a very financially strong background, and I always wanted to do something more.
I was the first one among all my friends and my family who had achieved this prestigious scholarship.
This scholarship has already transformed my life. I'm just so excited to go back and see how best I can make an impact.
Women who have a degree in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, or a related subject and hail from South Asia, East Asia, and the Americas are invited by the British Council to apply for a life-transforming experience and receive a master's degree scholarship in their field of study at some of the most prestigious universities across the United Kingdom.
I was a person who had never studied anything abroad. I was a person who had never lived a life alone. Now I'm doing everything independently, so it means a lot to me.
I just love this country and love my university because my university is stunning. And my professors, everyone is so welcoming and so friendly and very supportive.
This year-long scholarship is fully funded, including travel costs, tuition fees, visa and health cover, and a stipend. If you speak English, can demonstrate the need for financial support, and are already active in your field of study or able to prove a dedicated interest, this is a golden opportunity for both your studies and life experiences alike.
I get the chance to socialize with my friends, not just around campus, but in the city center. There are a lot of pubs, restaurants, cafes.
I have friends from the UK, from Europe, from Africa, and we have parties together, meetings together, we have studies together, so I'm loving it.
The most I'm enjoying being in UK is the freedom.
If you have aspirations of making a difference in your home country and dream of inspiring future generations of women who wish to pursue a career in STEM, this scholarship will give you the education, tools, and confidence to make a truly positive impact.
My knowledge base has expanded significantly since being here. Every time I learn something new, I think about how this could be implemented in Jamaica to make the environment a better place for protection, preservation, and also sustainability.
Being a woman in STEM is something extremely empowering because it is a field that has been underrepresented by women from the early stages of this field. So it's extremely important that we keep contributing and that we know that our work will have a positive impact in the life of many in the future.
For this unique opportunity, the British Council wholeheartedly encourages you to apply for the scholarship campaign.
If you're passionate about a career in STEM and if you have a dream to study in the UK, take the challenge and go for it.
It prepares me for something bigger in the future, I can tell.
I would definitely back you and encourage you to go for it without having any fears and doubts in yourself. I know it seems a little bit intimidating, but trust me that everything is going to fall in place.
We are not from a very financially strong background, and I always wanted to do something more.
I was the first one among all my friends and my family who had achieved this prestigious scholarship.
This scholarship has already transformed my life. I'm just so excited to go back and see how best I can make an impact.
Women who have a degree in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, or a related subject and hail from South Asia, East Asia, and the Americas are invited by the British Council to apply for a life-transforming experience and receive a master's degree scholarship in their field of study at some of the most prestigious universities across the United Kingdom.
I was a person who had never studied anything abroad. I was a person who had never lived a life alone. Now I'm doing everything independently, so it means a lot to me.
I just love this country and love my university because my university is stunning. And my professors, everyone is so welcoming and so friendly and very supportive.
This year-long scholarship is fully funded, including travel costs, tuition fees, visa and health cover, and a stipend. If you speak English, can demonstrate the need for financial support, and are already active in your field of study or able to prove a dedicated interest, this is a golden opportunity for both your studies and life experiences alike.
I get the chance to socialize with my friends, not just around campus, but in the city center. There are a lot of pubs, restaurants, cafes.
I have friends from the UK, from Europe, from Africa, and we have parties together, meetings together, we have studies together, so I'm loving it.
The most I'm enjoying being in UK is the freedom.
If you have aspirations of making a difference in your home country and dream of inspiring future generations of women who wish to pursue a career in STEM, this scholarship will give you the education, tools and confidence to make a truly positive impact.
My knowledge base has expanded significantly since being here. Every time I learn something new, I think about how this could be implemented in Jamaica to make the environment a better place for protection, preservation, and also sustainability.
Being a woman in STEM is something extremely empowering because it is a field that has been underrepresented by women from the early stages of this field. So it's extremely important that we keep contributing and that we know that our work will have a positive impact in the life of many in the future.
For this unique opportunity, the British Council wholeheartedly encourages you to apply for the scholarship campaign.
If you're passionate about a career in STEM and if you have a dream to study in the UK, take the challenge and go for it.
It prepares me for something bigger in the future, I can tell.
I would definitely back you and encourage you to go for it without having any fears and doubts in yourself. I know it seems a little bit intimidating, but trust me that everything is going to fall in place.
We are not from a very financially strong background, and I always wanted to do something more.
I was the first one among all my friends and my family who had achieved this prestigious scholarship.
This scholarship has already transformed my life. I'm just so excited to go back and see how best I can make an impact.
Women who have a degree in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, or a related subject and hail from South Asia, East Asia, and the Americas are invited by the British Council to apply for a life-transforming experience and receive a master's degree scholarship in their field of study at some of the most prestigious universities across the United Kingdom.
I was a person who had never studied anything abroad. I was a person who had never lived a life alone. Now I'm doing everything independently, so it means a lot to me.
I just love this country and love my university because my university is stunning. And my professors, everyone is so.
My name is Professor Isaiah Wakindiki. I'm the Vice Chancellor and CEO at KCA University. I want to welcome you all from the 30th to the 3rd of November, 30th October. We will be having our annual Innovation Week and Industry Summit, which will be held at our Ruaraka campus, which is our main campus. We will be hosting our chief guest, who is at the same time our Chancellor, has graciously agreed to come and preside over the function. Also, we have other notable public leaders. The PS Shipping also will be gracing the occasion later in the week. And the theme of our this year's Innovation Week and the Industry Summit is to leverage on the linkage between academia and industry so that we can together produce sustainable innovations. That's what we want to emphasize, and we are doing this with many partners. For example, Our sponsor, the Institute for Certified Public Accountants, popularly known as ISPAC, will be participating. The KCB Bank will be participating. We will have other partners like the British Council, the Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA, CASNEB, the Serari Group also will be participating. Moringa School Youth Enterprise Fund, or the Youth Enterprise Resource Hub, Association of Startup and SME Enablers, and many more. And therefore, my call to you is to invite all our students, all our staff, other stakeholders, and also the general public, innovators, researchers. I want to invite you to our Ruaraka campus from the 30th to the 3rd. There will be quite a huge assembly of people who are enthusiastic towards innovations will be assembled there. There will be various pitches, there will be shows on innovations, competitions. So please, you are most welcome to come and participate with us and for sure contribute to the sustainable development of our nation. Thank you so much indeed.
Hello, my name is Stella Kabura. I'm a student at KCA University, currently studying software development, and I'm in my 4th year of study. I chose KCA University based on what I was informed by former alumni students about KCA University. I learned that KCA is a place where you can be creative, even as a software developer pursuing technical courses and being an innovator. And you can also do IoT, and also you can be innovative and come up with solutions for today's problems. The water quality project is a software project in that it has the ability to test the quality of water based on the amount of total dissolved solids within a sample of water. It can test that sample, it can store the values, it can interpret the values of the sample, and also give actionable solutions to clients who are using that water, so as to solve the issue of water quality. What inspired this innovation is the number of deaths caused by pollution in water. I was also inspired to develop this solution so that I can be able to test this water on my own without having to spend money in labs and take time to receive feedback. I'm really looking forward to the Innovation Week. I'm looking forward to showcase my project and to create awareness concerning safe water and the ability to analyze water electronically, especially through the testing of TDS values.
Hi, I'm Samson Muturi. I'm a 3rd-year student pursuing software development at KCA University. I'll be exhibiting at the Innovation Week. My innovation is Every, which is an autonomous vehicle that is supposed to use computer vision, TinyML, and edge computing to map out the floor area or the floor plan of whichever room that it's given. This is a base innovation for future applications such as vacuum cleaning, lawn mowing, and even military applications. Join me as we explore innovations that will change the world. Hi, I'm Samson Muturi. I'm a 3rd-year student pursuing software development at KCA University. I'll be exhibiting at the Innovation Week. My innovation is Every, which is an autonomous vehicle that is supposed to use computer vision, TinyML, and edge computing to map out the floor area or the floor plan of whichever room that it's given. This is a base innovation for future applications such as vacuum cleaning, lawn mowing, and even military applications. Join me as we explore innovations that will change the world.
Our interventions in Kenya are in 3 levels. We've got national interventions. This is where we think through our policy environment, our tracking of the national performance, and so on and so forth. And then we've got institutional interventions. And this is where we try to think about how do we make this institution called University of Kabianga a key player of the national innovation system. Can it be even better?
This is the best time for us to start asking ourselves, what will the university of the future look like?
One of the key strategies is to ensure that universities start ensuring they have alternative ways of supporting themselves in terms of not relying on government. That is to commercialize their research. That is one of the ways in which we are encouraging them. We are also encouraging them to use their idle assets, which they have at the university level. We are encouraging them to come up with investment vehicles so that they can be able to start businesses which can be able to bring alternative funding models for themselves.
For a long time, you find students have an idea of what they want to do, but they have nobody to hold their hand and show them this is how you develop your idea, this is how you commercialize your idea, this is how you make money out of your idea. So what we decided to do is build capacity of our faculty members first. And so once the faculty members have the know-how to help these students, then the students, it's like a light bulb moment. They're very, very keen.
We have developed quite a number of seeds, varieties for various regions of the country. Like now we have beans, varieties which are for short rain areas, what we can call literally semi-arid areas, and these are doing well, and they are in the market being sold through some of the seed companies.
This is just a way of getting to go to that direction of entrepreneurial institutions. We are still in the early stages, and that's why we are looking for partners who will walk the journey with us. Kenya Innovation Agency have been very, very supportive, the British Council.
Kenya is coming on board and is trying to put us together to really think through some of the issues that we have in our own policies, research policy, intellectual policy, now can be nicely mainstreamed and anchored at the national level.
The British Council is a strong supporter of the Kenya network of entrepreneurial institutions leaders because we believe in the importance of leaders in higher education sector driving the process of change within their institutions. We want to create an environment where young people can thrive and where both graduates as well as higher education institutions contribute, as I said earlier, to that ecosystem of entrepreneurship and innovation. We are proud of this partnership with Kenya, with the Kenya National Innovation Agency, and we hope that the network that's being established here today is going to become a driving force for change in the country moving forward.
Our interventions in Kenya are in 3 levels. We've got national interventions. This is where we think through our policy environment, our tracking of the national performance, and so on and so forth. And then we've got institutional interventions. And this is where we try to think about how do we make this institution called University of Kabianga a key player of the national innovation system. Can it be even better?
This is the best time for us to start asking ourselves, what will the university of the future look like?
One of the key strategies is to ensure that universities start ensuring they have alternative ways of supporting themselves in terms of not relying on government. That is to commercialize their research. That is one of the ways in which we are encouraging them. We are also encouraging them to use their idle assets, which they have at the university level. We are encouraging them to come up with investment vehicles so that they can be able to start businesses which can be able to bring alternative funding models for themselves.
For a long time, you find students have an idea of what they want to do, but they have nobody to hold their hand and show them this is how you develop your idea, this is how you commercialize your idea, this is how you make money out of your idea. So what we decided to do is build capacity of our faculty members first. And so once the faculty members have the know-how to help these students, then the students, is like a light bulb moment. They're very, very keen.
We have developed quite a number of seeds, varieties for various regions of the country. Like now we have beans, varieties which are for short rain areas, what we can call literally semi-arid areas, and these are doing well, and they are in the market being sold through some of the seed companies.
This is just a way of getting to go to that direction of entrepreneurial institutions. We are still in the early stages, and that's why we are looking for partners who will walk the journey with us. Kenya Innovation Agency have been very, very supportive, the British Council.
Kenya is coming on board and is trying to put us together to really think through some of the issues that we have in our own policies, research policy, intellectual policy, now can be nicely mainstreamed and anchored at the national level.
The British Council is a strong supporter of the Kenya network of entrepreneurial institutions leaders because we believe in the importance of leaders in higher education sector driving the process of change within their institutions. We want to create an environment where young people can thrive and where both graduates as well as higher education institutions contribute, as I said earlier, to that ecosystem of entrepreneurship and innovation. We are proud of this partnership with Kenya, with the Kenya National Innovation Agency, and we hope that the network that's being established here today is going to become a driving force for change in the country moving forward.
Our interventions in Kenya are in three levels. We've got national interventions. This is where we think through our policy environment, our tracking of the national performance, and so on and so forth. And then we've got institutional interventions. And this is where we try to think about how do we make this institution called University of Kabianga a key player of the national innovation system. Can it be even better?
This is the best time for us to start asking ourselves, what will the university of the future look like?
One of the key strategies is to ensure that universities start ensuring they have alternative ways of supporting themselves in terms of not relying on government. That is to commercialize their research. That is one of the ways in which we are encouraging them. We are also encouraging them to use their idle assets, which they have at the university level. We are encouraging them to come up with investment vehicles so that they can be able to start businesses which can be able to bring alternative funding models for themselves.
For a long time, you find students have an idea of what they want to do, but they have nobody to hold their hand and show them this is how you develop your idea, this is how you commercialize your idea, this is how you make money out of your idea. So what we decided to do is build capacity of our faculty members first. And so
my name is Professor Isaiah Wakindiki. I'm the Vice Chancellor and CEO at KCA University. I want to welcome you all from the 30th to the 3rd of November, 30th October. We will be having our annual Innovation Week and Industry Summit, which will be held at our Ruaraka campus, which is our main campus. We will be hosting our chief guest, who is at the same time our Chancellor, has graciously agreed to come and preside over the function. Also, we have other notable public leaders. The PS shipping also will be gracing the occasion later in the week. And the theme of our this year's Innovation Week and the Industry Summit is to leverage on the linkage between academia and industry so that we can together produce sustainable innovations. That's what we want to emphasize. And we are doing this with many partners. For example, our sponsor, the Institute for Certified Public Accountants, popularly known as ISPAC, will be participating. The KCB Bank will be participating. We will have other partners like the British Council, the Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA, CASNEB, the Serari Group also will be participating. Moringa School Youth Enterprise Fund, or the Youth Enterprise Resource Hub, Association of Startup and SME Enablers, and many more. And therefore, my call to you is to invite all our students, all our staff, other stakeholders, and also the general public, innovators, researchers. I want to invite you to our Ruaraka campus from the 30th to the 3rd. There will be quite a huge assembly of people who are enthusiastic towards innovations will be assembled there. There will be various pitches, there will be shows on innovations, competitions. So please, you are most welcome to come and participate with us and for sure contribute to the sustainable development of our nation. Thank you so much indeed. My name is Professor Isaiah Wakindiki. I'm the Vice Chancellor and CEO at KCA University. I want to welcome you all from the 30th to the 3rd of November.
Hello, my name is Stella Kabura. I'm a student at KCA University, currently studying software development, and I'm in my 4th year of study. I chose KCA University based on what I was informed by former alumni students about KCA University. I learned that KCA is a place where you can be creative, even as a software developer pursuing technical courses and being an innovator. And you can also do IoT, and also you can be innovative and come up with solutions for today's problems. The water quality project is a software project in that it has the ability to test the quality of water based on the amount of total dissolved solids within a sample of water. It can test that sample, it can store the values, it can interpret the values of the sample, and also give actionable solutions to clients who are using that water, so as to solve the issue of water quality. What inspired this innovation is the number of deaths caused by pollution in water. I was also inspired to develop this solution so that I can be able to test this water on my own without having to spend money in labs and take time to receive feedback. I'm really looking forward to the Innovation Week. I'm looking forward to showcase my project and to create awareness concerning safe water and the ability to analyze water electronically, especially through the testing of TDS values. Hello, my name is Stella Kabura. I'm a student at KCA University, currently studying software development, and I'm in my 4th year of study. I chose KCA University based on what I was informed by former alumni students about KCA University. I learned that KCA is a place where you can be creative, even as a software developer pursuing technical courses and being an innovator. And you can also do IoT, and also you can be innovative and come up with solutions for today's problems. The water quality project is a software project in that it has the ability to test the quality of water based on the amount of total dissolved solids within a sample of water. It can test that sample, it can store the values, it can interpret the values of the sample, and also give actionable solutions to clients who are using that water, so as to solve the issue of water quality. What inspired this innovation is the number of deaths caused by pollution in water. I was also inspired to develop this solution so that I can be able to test this water on my own without having to spend money in labs and take time to receive feedback. I'm really looking forward to the Innovation Week. I'm looking forward to showcase my project and to create awareness concerning safe water and the ability to analyze water electronically, especially through the testing of TDS values. Hello, my name is Stella Kabura. I'm a student at KC.
Hi, I'm Samson Muturi. I'm a 3rd-year student pursuing software development at KCA University. I'll be exhibiting at the Innovation Week. My innovation is Avery, which is an autonomous vehicle that is supposed to use computer vision, TinyML, and edge computing to map out the floor area or the floor plan of whichever room that it's given. This is a base innovation for future applications such as vacuum cleaning, lawn mowing, and even military applications. Join me as we explore innovations that will change the world. Hi, I'm Samson Muturi. I'm a 3rd-year student pursuing software development at KCA University. I'll be exhibiting at the Innovation Week. My innovation is Avery, which is an autonomous vehicle that is supposed to use computer vision, TinyML, and edge computing.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to go into the anthems. Technical team, let's do the national anthem. East African anthem. Thank you very much, SK Masharia. Kindly come forth for opening prayer.
Let us all bow for a word of prayer. Lord, you have been our dwelling place throughout all generations. Before the mountains were born, you are God from everlasting to everlasting. We appreciate that you are the beginning of all beginnings. Our ability to create and innovate anything springs from your endowment on the human race with wisdom and intelligence. We also appreciate this morning the Lord, you have allowed institutions such as KCA to be involved in harnessing these innovations and creativity to the glory of your majestic name. Today, as we gather in this place to commence our Innovation Week, we invite you, Lord, to be among us. Be at the center of all our engagement, from the start to the end. And we ask that, God, that you crown this week with excellence and success. May this excellent success propel all our participants in this university into a higher and more privileged level in offering solutions to challenges of 21st century and beyond. We ask for your help, our Father, in this week. It is in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much. Can we give a round of applause to SK? Ladies and gentlemen, we may take our seats. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the wonderful prayers that you have offered. Our Chancellor, Professor Olive Mugenda, we are deeply honored to have you today. Our VC and CEO, Professor Isaiah I.C. Wakindiki, a gentleman who believes in the vision and drives that vision. We are humbled to have you. Our DVCs, all the three DVCs present, we want to thank you, Professor Damiana Kieti, Professor Joshua Bagakas, Professor Vincent Onywera. We want to thank you for honoring these. All our guests, we want to thank you. Allow me to mention that amongst us, we also have our chair of Alumni Association of KCA University, Bwana Brian, who is also with us. Vice Chancellor and CEO, our Chancellor, we want to mention that this Innovation Week and Industry Summit is one of its kind. And indeed, we have seen a great milestone. And from today, the tone of conversation is going to be about leveraging on academia industry linkages to foster sustainable innovations. And as I said before, you can't have such a conversation if one, Professor Olive Mugenda's name is not in it. Can we give a round of applause? And this we say from deep down our hearts, because this is a lady who has done great things for this nation. But I want to stop there because I know our VC and CEO will have a special responsibility to talk more about this. But I just want to mention that we have many partners, starting with British Council, who are our platinum sponsors. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very, very much. We have ISPAC, who are our sponsors and our sponsors. They are gold sponsors and they are also sponsors of the university. Can we give them a round of applause, please? And we have Communications Authority of Kenya, who are our gold sponsors. Let's give them a round of applause. We have Safaricom, who are our gold sponsors and great partners. Let's give them a round of applause. And indeed, we have Kasneb, who have always worked with us and have picked the silver sponsorship category. Let us give them a round of applause. We have Anti-Counterfeit Authority, who are also silver sponsors. Let's give them a round of applause. And indeed, we are also having Huawei as our partners. Let's give them a round of applause. And last but not least, we have the Kenya Revenue Authority. Can we give them a round of applause? Ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you, and this is how our week is going to be. And this week we are going to talk matters innovation and industry linkages. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, allow me to welcome a lady who has been part of this journey, has walked this journey, and has worked together with the DVC Rio to put this together. That is none other than the Dean, Research, Innovation, and Outreach, Dr. Christine Nanjala. Let's give her a round of applause.
So thank you, Bwana MC, to our chief guest, our Chancellor, Professor Olive Mugenda, our partners, and all protocols observed. I'm honored to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you to the second University Innovation Week and Industry Summit. So this week promises an immense exploration to the very latest in trends, emerging technologies, and transformative strategies that are currently shaping the landscape of innovation. So this gathering stands as a testament to our shared commitment to propelling progress and fostering an environment that not only nurtures creativity, but also champions forward-thinking initiatives. I encourage each one of you to actively engage, to forge new connections, and to seize every opportunity to both learn and share initiatives. So thank you for being part of this significant event. So it's now my singular honor to invite our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation, and Outreach to make his remarks. Karibu, Prof.
Thank you very much. Let us appreciate her, our chief guest this morning, and we are very, very happy that you are gracing this occasion. Our Chancellor, Professor Olive Mugenda, our Vice Chancellor and CEO, Professor Isaiah I.C. Wakindiki, my colleague DVCs, DVC Academic and Student Affairs, DVC Finance Planning and Development, the Chair of the KCA University Alumni Association, members of the University Management Board, members of the University Senate, our wonderful students, our partners, and we truly appreciate your support and your presence here. The organizing committee of this second KCA University Innovation Week and Industry Summit, led by the Dean, Rio here, and Professor Mushiri, distinguished members of the faculty, ladies and gentlemen, and our students, good morning. Hamjambo. It feels very, very, very good to be here this morning. Our chief guest, the vision of KCA University is to be a globally competitive, innovation-driven, business and technology university of choice that supports partnership, science, technology, commercialization, and service to the community. This Innovation Week is an example of who we are. We are very, very happy that we are giving a truly co-created event that has bridged the gap between university, and the industry. So we are asking the higher education landscape that if you want to see a truly co-created event, welcome to KCA University. With those few remarks, it is my honor and pleasure to invite our Vice Chancellor and CEO to kindly address the congregation and thereafter invite our chief guest. Let's put our hands together for the CEO.
Thank you, Professor Nywera, our Chancellor, Professor Olive Mugenda, my fellow executive at the university, my management, the Senate, and the faculty of this university, its students, our industry partners who are present here this morning, distinguished guests, and all those other Kenyans who are listening to us online and who are present here, I want to say a very great good morning. I've been requested to address you and invite our Chancellor. I will not give a speech. I will just put a few remarks. You know, they say, when you are so happy, don't talk too much. And also when you are annoyed, don't talk too much. The mood that has been set here is that we are excited. Chancellor, this has never happened at KCA University. And I think by extension, I don't think it has happened in any other university. Chancellors are known to come and preside over graduations. Today we are not reading names. We are here to celebrate tomorrow. When we think of innovations, we are thinking about life tomorrow, how it will look like, and what kind of solutions are required. And that's why we are assembled here. Chancellor, in 2021, in the month of September, the University Council established the third division of the university, and that is the Division of Research, Innovation, and Outreach. With that pronouncement, we became the first and the only private university in the Republic of Kenya to have a division of research, innovation, and outreach. And among very few, even in the public sector, that have elevated research and innovation to that level. Others will have a rank of a director or some unit within academic affairs or somewhere, which is not resourced, which actually is not paid any serious attention. That we celebrate your leadership as Chancellor, that you, from the background, from your office as Chancellor, you really graced and blessed this arrangement so that our university becomes part of tomorrow's solutions. We are already done with today. We are worried about tomorrow. Kama hujakula breakfast, hiyo imepita. Tunaangalia ya kesho. And that's where KCA University is, always looking ahead with your leadership as our Chancellor. Within our strategic plan, Chancellor, we have elevated research and innovation in this university to have it fully resourced, and a part of this resource is extending partnerships with other industry leaders, as it has been pronounced this morning. We are glad that some of the leading giants in the country are in this room trying to see how we can co-create and develop solutions for tomorrow and in future. In fact, just before you entered, Chancellor, we were just brainstorming. Yes, after the financial transfer breakthrough, popularly called as M-Pesa, what is the next thing in the house? And I was told that they may not be discussed in public, but we are glad that KCA University is part of that thought process, that we are thinking of the next breakthroughs together with the industry partners. Chancellor, I said I'm not going to give a speech, but allow me to introduce you. For those that are not familiar with our Chancellor, she is the past Vice Chancellor who transformed Kenyatta University. She has not been there for the last 10 years, but if you ask many people who is the Vice Chancellor at KCA, KU, they will say it's Professor Olive Mugenda. she did massive transformation. And this is my secret now I'm saying. She inspired me to accept to be a VC here. Because you have heard politicians say, oh, mi nachukia Ujimoto, mi nachukia, kama kuna kitu nachukia ni failure. And being associated with the lazy and unproductive. I'm really excited. And I got excited when I heard that Professor Olive Mugenda is the chancellor. I said, that's fine. I'm the vice chancellor. She's the chancellor. That's fine. There are some names I would have been given. I say, I'm not ready. She's currently the chair of the board at the KU Teaching and Referral Research Hospital in Iroiro, one of the leading public institutions. Again, if you visit there, and with the lethargy and what we know public institutions to be, you may be forgiven to think that it's a private institution. It's totally public, courtesy of her leadership as the chair of the board, where they have done tremendous innovations and tremendous improvements in the health sector, especially in treatment of cancer, which is really an economic drain in this country. Professor Olive Mugenda has a very long CV, Suffice to say that today she comes in as our chief guest to become the inaugural chief guest in this Innovation Week and Industry Summit that we will continue to celebrate every year and each year. And I think it is good that we give her time so that she can set the tone going into the future. Ladies and gentlemen, may we be upstanding to welcome our Chancellor. I think, Chancellor, you can use this way. That one has no stare. Karibu, Chancellor.
We can be seated. Professor Isaiah Wakidiki, the VC, KCA University Management, led by the DVCs, members of the board who may be here, and members of Senate, industry leaders present as outlined by Professor DVC, Vincent Onywera, staff, alumni, students, good morning. I'm very, very happy to be here, and thank you very much, VC, for inviting me as we kick off this Innovation Week, which is really a celebration of the vision that you have. And as we are talking, on Saturday I attended a wedding where the cake came from up, down. So I told my CEO that it's the first time I saw the cake coming from down. And then I said, there's an innovation. And he told me now the next innovation is that the bride will come from the bride will come from down, from up coming down. So we are waiting for that innovation. So, but thank you. This is a week where we are going to share thoughts on significance of innovation and how they have, this has shaped our working environments to be efficient in delivery of service. But before I do that, Prof, thank you for that short introduction, but good introduction about what we have done. I think recently you must have seen me a lot in Parliament defending the hospital and in front of members of Parliament. But that is what it also costs to defend a cause that you believe in. Because if you don't defend, then things may go the wrong way. But I thank God. And I want to say that I thank the government that a decision has been taken to keep the hospital a state corporation. And that is what we are hoping it would happen, because that is the way it should happen. So it is through this kind of forums that our dreams become a reality. We invent new ways of doing things, and we create a better future for ourselves. And I want to thank the university leadership led by the VC and the DVC in charge and all the other DVCs for this idea. I would like to really recognize Professor Wakidiki for providing us with a platform to advance the innovation discussion and how innovations can shape our future. The future of universities is innovations we nurture today. And the ideas we incubate will be of so much benefit to the university in the future in terms of royalties, that is the money. If you look at the universities in the US, I'm sure some of you have been there and studied there, a lot of their income, if you look at the pie chart of the income sources for universities, a big chunk of that pie chart is from royalties derived from innovations. And some of them, if you read their histories, they started what you are doing long time ago, even 100 years ago, because some of those universities are old. But now they are reaping the benefits, so that most of their income is coming from those royalties. So it's something that you are dreaming, and in future, it will even bring a lot of income to this institution, in addition to innovative products and processes. Innovation starts with the belief that we can make things better, that we can solve problems, and that we can improve lives, meaning that there must be a gap. For you to innovate, there must be a gap that we want to address. We need to challenge the status quo and have the will to take risks. And I'll give you an example of sometime one of my trips to the US, and I visited one of the hospitals as we were trying to improve our hospital. And I found them mourning a doctor who had just passed on. And I asked about the doctor, and I was told that he is the innovator of a gadget. In his life, in his profession as a doctor, as a surgeon, he realized that he is not able to reach organs, especially the hidden organs, when he wants to operate with a gadget that was there in the market, a gadget that he was using to remove, for example, if you want to, maybe, I don't know, if you want to get to the heart, you need to remove some organs on the way to reach where you want. So the gadget that he was using, he found as a doctor that is not doing what he wanted to do. So even at a very old age, he decided to innovate another gadget, which he did, and actually that gadget today is named after him. I'm just giving you an example that challenging the status quo, he could have gone on to do surgery with that gadget, which was not very convenient, but he decided to do something about it, innovated something, and I will let you know why we also started the medical innovation at the hospital, just to try to encourage. Yes, our doctors and students to innovate. So there must be a gap that we want to address. We need to challenge the status quo and have the will to do so. The innovation environment involves numerous experiments, sometimes failures, and we must learn from mistakes. They say that out of 100 ideas, maybe only 5 or 10 will succeed, but you cannot give up. And I think that is the message. The leaders of this effort, they need to preach that, because some people give up very quickly. I remember, I'll tell you more about the KU and when we started it. A lot of ideas were not working. And I remember even, and I hope, Prof, you have a chance to visit one of the best universities in innovation in US called Iowa. I can give you the contact, because they were telling us when we were there that a lot of ideas don't succeed, but do give up. And even if they succeed, they don't go so many years. So only a few end up being great ideas. But that does not stop us from wanting to innovate. So you must recognize that innovation thrives in an environment where diversity, inclusion, and collaboration are encouraged. You cannot be an island when you are innovating, because you need support from everybody else. You need to talk to people. You need networks. So it's a whole ecosystem. This week is not just about celebrating ideas, it's about cultivating a mindset that embraces creativity, resilience, and progress. And I would like to emphasize the resilience, because again, if you're not resilient, and this is just in all spheres of our lives, if you're not resilient, again, you cannot succeed. You must be able to fail and wake up, try again, withstand discouragement, withstand even ridicule, but you stay focused. And those are the people who eventually succeed in whatever they want to do. So we are here to spark a frame of innovation that will illuminate our path to a brighter future. Innovation is not just a catchphrase. It is a process, and is the force that drives us to reimagine a possible and turn dreams into reality. All these great ideas you see, it was the person behind it trying to be innovative. Even these people, in terms of like even Bill Gates and the money I've made, the area of technology, all these people are sat down. They are people who sat down, and maybe if they gave you their story, they will tell you that maybe that was the 10th attempt or the 5th attempt. It's very difficult to succeed with the first attempt, but you keep improving and you don't give up. So when I embark on this Innovation Week, let's remember that innovation is not the exclusive domain of a select few. I want to challenge each one of you to embrace innovation in your own lives and work. Whether you are an entrepreneur, a scientist, an artist, an educator, or a student, you have the power to innovate and contribute to a brighter future. And there's always ideas. If you look at how we live and the gaps, there are always ideas that you can innovate. And also, maybe just add that you have to think, outside the box, as they say. There's somebody who is trying to innovate something at the hospital, and they were telling me, Prof, we need to import this gadget from, I don't know, somewhere in the US. And he was talking to those people. So it's not just the things around here. You may have some time to even go outside and get those gadgets to be able to get where you want to be. Just a bit about my experience in establishing innovation centers, and I'm very pleased that I have been part of the innovation journey in 2 key sectors. The first was Kenyatta University. When I was the VC, we started the Shadaria Business Innovation and Incubation Center. And this was, I was inspired by my stay in the US, where there were, a lot of universities have incubation centers. And I think we were the first universities to come up with an incubation center. And I remember talking to Dr. Shadaria and giving him my idea. I knew also that he was very passionate about innovation. So I talked to him, and I told him I want to start that innovation center, and I want to even have a center built. And he was very excited. He gave us some money, and we decided to call that center, to use his name, Shadaria Innovation Center. I think he gave us, I would say, maybe 25% of the money that we used, but that was still good for him to earn the building to be named after him. And this center gave opportunity to young people to come up with good ideas. I was very, very happy to see young people, students like from this university, that time, of course, KU, coming up with ideas, very, very bright ideas, and them, even though they were first year, second years, becoming directors of those companies. What was the spiral effect of that? I had very few people now going to the road to say Mugenda must go, because now they had to wake up and wear a suit. Now they are director of this and this company, isn't it? And when you are director and you are in a suit, can you go to the road? So there was also other benefits to that. But they had very good ideas. They started making money. So apart from them feeling that they are responsible as managing director of a company, forget about whether that company will succeed, isn't it? That's already good enough. You can even put it in your CV, isn't it? Forget whether it succeeds or not. So they came up with very, very good ideas. They made money. I remember one girl who had an innovation to do with the art, a way of creating images and art. And she started selling those products. We became her customers at university. Every time we had guests, we would order from her. So before we knew it, the girl is driving a car. Next time she even moved out of the hostels, she went and rented a place, and it was such a joy to see that an idea is also not only transforming her life, but also creating a product that was not there, and many others. I understand now, of course, I left 7 years ago, Prof, and I hear now we have like over 200 innovators there. So you can see an idea. If you look at some of the older universities, they even have over 300 innovators. And if you have a good deal, so that maybe you own 10% or even 15% of those innovations, you can imagine how much money that brings to the institution. So by the time I left, there were all those ideas now incubated there, and we would call people to come and help them, support them. And what we did to support them, Prof, and I'm sure you can do that here, is that we got successful innovators and business people to support them. In that list, there was SK Masharia, and the person who prayed for us. In fact, I was waiting for the old Masharia, and I saw a young Masharia. But SK Masharia was in that list. There's successful business people who are innovators, and several others, including James Mwagi of Equity. I had requested them to just support these young people. And then we had, so that was a group just supporting and with ideas, just to show them that even them they started. And I'm sure if SK would listen, or is listening, he told me that he even started the Royal Media card. I don't know if you remember that card. It was supposed to be a credit card. And worked for a while, but it stopped working. So ideas, people start. I think that is what I'm emphasizing, that the ideas come, some will work and others. Look at Citizen. It worked, didn't it? No, it's one of the best. So you don't give up. You don't start one thing and then if it doesn't go, then you give up. So the other set of people that supported, and I'm sure this can also, I'm sure you have it in mind, Prof, is experts now from here. Because these people now, if you have an innovation and you want to make money, then there's a bit of accounting that you need, isn't it? Business accounting. There's also the records keeping. And we used our own professors in business to help support. And they would go to the innovation center, spend 2 hours. Students would come and say, okay, this is what I'm planning to do. This is the seed money I want to put. How do I determine whether there's return on investment? All those concepts. So we had the supporters in terms of the successful business people and also the technical experts, all forming this part of the ecosystem. And to come up also with good ideas, we also involved our lecturers, told them discuss your ideas with our people so that you can refine those ideas. But of course there was a balance also, because again you don't want to discuss your whole idea. What can happen? No, in Kenyans. Before you know it, your idea has been taken. So you discuss, but you discuss, and they were being taught, what can you say and what can you not say. So again, your idea is not taken. And because there's a lot of also suspicion. Even us, and this is another tip, Prof, when we started, they kept saying, this university, is it going to take our ideas and run away with our ideas? So I had to do a lot of talking to all those innovators to tell them we are honest people. We will discuss maybe 10% or 15%, or if you succeed, but your idea in terms of intellectual property is safe. So also important to set up the intellectual property office so that these ideas can be protected. So the second phase of my innovation journey is at Kenyatta University Teaching and Research Hospital. And when we got there, given the experience of the success in Kenyatta University, we said, why don't we start a medical innovation and accelerator hub? Medical innovation, because we didn't want to start another just innovation next to the university, but we felt that if we make it medical, then at least we kind of take a section of that. and also now added Accelerator Hub. Accelerator in this innovation ecosystem means that you don't just want to incubate, but you also you want to accelerate that idea. So you incubate an idea, and when it is ripe for next step, then you move it to an accelerator hub. Just the way the word means, you want to scale up that idea. And the rationale for starting the hub was to help our medical experts, students and doctors who have excellent ideas but don't know where to start or seek for funds to advance their innovation. This center has now incubated ideas from various medical professionals and others not in the medical field, including one student from KCA University. I met him the other day, maybe, I don't know, maybe he needs to transfer now to here. But yes, we have incubated him because we opened it to all the Kenyans, and he's doing a very, very good job. His innovation, if I remember, I think is to do with our own hospital management system, where now he's developing in artificial intelligence software, so you can communicate with people at the hospital. You can ask, even he was displaying to us today now where he has reached. He has really gone far. You can even ask who is the CEO of Kenyatta University Hospital, and he'll tell you the CEO what services are offered, and you'll be told all the services. You can say, what do I need to do if I'm diagnosed with cancer? Then it tells you. So really, artificial intelligence, a young man from this university, prof, so you have already people who are thinking about it. So I would just want to challenge the university to also have such a center, if you don't have one already, where all these ideas that will be showcased in this week and in future can be nurtured and advanced to have concrete products. And it's not a heavy investment. I think with the sponsors you have, and even the university itself, we could set up this center, just create space, create cubicles or offices, just so that they have time. And all they need is nowadays just a computer, not very complicated. And then once those ideas are developed, then you invite people, investors. I'm sure you have seen some TV programs where people are invited and those ideas are presented. And some people say, there are people with money and they're just looking for good ideas. So they listen to an idea and say, yes, I want to invest on that one. And then they now work with the innovator. So the benefit of these innovation centers include, number one, as I said earlier, creating wealth for individuals and institutions through royalties, very, very key. If you look at the numbers, it's very high. And Prof, Wakidiki, with this will even outlive your tenure as a VC, just like I left KU. The benefits could even be seen 10, 20 years later. But at least you know you have done your bit in terms of starting that. Another benefit is closing gaps in terms of goods, services, and processes. There are so many ideas out there, so many ideas. If you just sit and think about it. I remember one, and Professor Onywera, you remember this, where we came up with an idea and told students that to give us any innovative ideas that they have, any innovative idea, and I would actually look for time and read through those ideas. And there were many. And then you pick a few to implement ourselves. So there are some that went to the Innovation Center directly, there are some that came to us and we implemented. So again, diversify. Don't just think about the ones that are going to the Innovation Center. There are some VC that you can even implement in your office. And it became very, very popular. I remember we would give some rewards for the ideas that we implemented. And I remember one time a person came to my office and I said, Prof, I never got an award, and yet I came up with an innovative idea. But you see, now it is us who had to define whether it is working or not. So again, look for incentives to help. If you give people a chance, they really come up with ideas, and they take time to think about where can we improve here, where can we improve here. And sometimes they don't have to be this earth-breaking innovations. Maybe it's just an idea of how to improve a process. And I remember one simple one that we did in KU, and it came from a student. Is they came and said, "Do you remember some of us who are older? when we did CATs, the continuous assessment, during our time, you'd do it on any kind of paper. You know, those mathematics paper, yellow paper, dirty paper, you know, whatever paper you picked, you did your CAT. You remember? The older ones. Until somebody, when we put those ideas out there, they said, why do we have, okay, the exam papers are normally properly printed and very good. So they said, why don't we do the same with CAT? And even we give different colors. So they wrote a paper so that the first CAT, I think we had yellow papers, properly nicely printed, CAT 1, CAT 2, another, because also people would really, tell a lot of lies about those CATs. They say, I did a CAT, but nobody knows what CAT, was it CAT 2, CAT 1? So we actually implemented, we started printing now CAT 1 papers properly, just like exam, CAT 2 papers. A good addition and innovation which came from a student. So, there are very, very many good ideas out there. So the other benefits is that innovation helps to grow the economy, and most important, addresses a specific need, like the ones I've been explaining, or the ones I've told about the doctor who innovated this gadget, to help him in surgeries. Another added advantage, in terms of innovation, is that it helps build entrepreneurial mindset among the innovators and potential innovators, which provides financial freedom. Entrepreneurial mindset, they go hand in hand with innovation, because once you come up with an innovative product, the next thing is how you are going to put it in the market. And that is why the accelerator hubs are very, very important, because you innovate, you incubate, and then you scale it up through accelerator centers. And now at that point, you are actually becoming an entrepreneur. So they go hand in hand. So the mindset for people to become entrepreneurs and prof in terms of now the ecosystem, it means also they need to be trained in how to, to have entrepreneur mind. Who is an entrepreneur? How do you become a successful entrepreneur as an innovator? It also helps to change mindset in terms of behavior and general life outlook, making those involved more responsible and focused. And as I said earlier, and I meant it, you cannot be thinking as an innovator and also you are thinking of how to go and throw a stone. Those two don't go together. So you start now also changing your mindset. And when students are busy also trying to be innovators and entrepreneurship, it also helps the university in terms of calmness. I remember my time as a VC, and I had one of the worst riots in the university. And I also decided to be innovative. So what did I do? I wrote a proposal to the American Embassy. They had a program, I think it's cultural experience in the US. So I wrote a proposal to them to help me take students to the US to see how they deal with their problems, instead of going to throw stones on Thika Road. So the American Embassy gave me the money, sponsored a few of us, I think 10 of us, including all the student leaders. So we went to the US, we visited like 10 universities, and we met the presidents there and the student leaders, and our students were able to be, they were able to learn. If you have a grievance, because grievances will be there, how should you handle them? How do they handle them in the US? Because you don't see them throwing stones there. They can pick it. So we are told, here, if you have grievances, we can even tell the VC that we'll pick it from 11 to 12, saying what they want. And sure enough, at 12, they are back in class. They have not abused anybody. They have not thrown in a stone. And some of the universities, others they just discuss with the institutions. And I think it's one of the universities, I forget which one, I think in California. After our meeting with the VC, we came outside, and sure enough, we found a group of students with picketing there with their placard there. I can't remember what they wanted, but peaceful. They are not disrupting, and they have even given notice that we will come there with our grievance from 11 to 12. So a different way of doing things. Now, how did that help me? After that, I never had a single riot in KU, because the student leaders came and cascaded the information to the others. So now if they had a problem, they would come to me and say, Prof, you have a problem, and we would solve the problem. So I also used my innovative mind to stop the riots, and I had a smooth time after that. Of course, the student leaders were also happy about the US trip, but but also they learned how to do things in different countries, and that's how I dealt with riots in KU. So innovation ecosystem. Innovation does not stop at technology or science. It includes every area of our lives. It's about finding more efficient methods to solve problems and add values and make a difference in the world around us. It's about being adaptive and receptive to change, because those that innovate will thrive in a never-changing landscape. So you may even come up with a good idea now, but in another 1 month or 2 months, it changes, isn't it? So you have to have that mindset of change. So if this happens, how am I going to handle it? So how do we build a globally strategic innovation ecosystems that harness the incredible potential of innovation? And this university I'm talking about in Iowa is very, very good in innovation ecosystem. And some of these include the financial resources to incubate and scale up innovation. Because again, if you go and advertise for these ideas and you don't have a little money, some seed money to help these people do it, are they going to be encouraged? We've been thinking about it, but when you want 10,000 to even buy something, again, there's no money. So you have to have the financial resources, even if it's not a lot, to help these incubators. Another part of the ecosystem is a clear support system of successful innovators. Once they succeed, you also have to support them. So you need to think through, who are those people who may be interested in those ideas to support them. There's nothing as frustrating as coming up with a good idea. Then when you go to the second level, there's no money. And sometimes the university may not have money problem, but you have to have your networks and collaborators where these ideas can be presented, and you might find some of them wanting to actually support them. So it's a whole, so from the idea to the incubation to the scaling up. Another part of the ecosystem is this technical team to advise on finances, as I said earlier, and business plans. So you may have a very good idea, but then you have no clue about the return on investment. When are you making money? Where is this taking me? Because you may be, there are some people who are in business, but they're not making money. Somehow the business is going on, but if you didn't do the calculations, they're not making money because they don't know how to register what they're putting in and what is coming out. So again, you don't want, if you have business which is not bringing money, then you're not in business, are you? So a technical team, part of the ecosystem. Again, of course, Prof, in terms of invest in education to equip the innovators with the knowledge and skills necessary to drive innovation. That is why in some of the universities they have incubation courses or entrepreneurial courses, because apart from the idea, you also need to learn and be taught formally. So there should be courses, whether it's just short courses or certificate courses, so these people go through that. Collaborate with all stakeholders. Innovation ecosystems thrive on collaboration. And that's a really emphasis I would like to put there. You can't do it alone. You can't be an island when you are innovating. You have to talk. Even the big innovators we see, even people like Bill Gates and the others, they were not in an island. They talked to people. They collaborated, for their ideas to thrive. So look for these collaborators, both locally and globally, and seek partnerships with institutions, organizations, and individuals from around the world. And just the example I gave you of the student who is an innovator in our own medical innovation hub. See, that is collaboration already. So we need to do that. Sharing knowledge and resources can spark groundbreaking ideas. So give students opportunity to talk, to speak about their ideas. They get more ideas. They get they are challenged, and they can only improve their products or services. So empower entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs are often at the forefront of innovation. So by creating this supportive environment for startups and businesses, we encourage risk-taking and experimentation, and also manage expectations, isn't it? Manage expectations, because as I said earlier, not all ideas will thrive. some of them will fail. But when they fail, do they become depressed and just say, I don't want this? No, they think again, they dream again, they innovate again. And if you hear, and one day, Prof, get people like SK. If you hear the story of SK Macharia, those people who don't know, SK Macharia is the owner of Citizen. If you hear his story, you really become encouraged, because Citizen thrived. I mean, he's the best now in the country. But he failed. He failed in other businesses. Remember the Madhu paper? I don't know, the older ones? Madhu paper failed, isn't it? Royal Media Card failed. But you see, he succeeded in Citizen and other ventures. So the other point as I go towards adding my remarks is embrace diversity in all forms, whether it's gender, ethnicity, or background, leads to a richer pool of perspective and ideas. So a diverse workforce and leadership will drive innovation to new heights. Respect intellectual property. I hope as we do this, you set up, or I'm sure maybe you have set it up already, Prof, intellectual property office, so that all these ideas can be protected. If the idea is properly developed, then it needs to be protected through the patents, but still they need to be taught. What do you say? There are people who have talked too soon and the ideas have been taken. So they need to be taught. What do you say in a forum where you have an idea? When do you stop talking? And how do you, even if you are talking, how do you protect that idea? So intellectual property, if it's not set up already. The Constitution of Kenya, Article 45, mandates the government to safeguard and uphold the intellectual property rights of Kenyan citizens. So make sure that you adhere to the Constitution and have a robust legal framework to ensure that innovators are rewarded for their efforts, which in turn motivates others to innovate. So that the person benefits and also the university benefits. And as I said earlier, in fact, in some of the universities, especially in the US, if you don't mind me using the US experience, because that's where I have the experience, some of them don't even agree on a percentage area. They say, they leave it open, and they say, if one day you are successful, please remember us. And the alumni associations, for you who have been outside and studied there, the alumni associations are very strong. So if I'm an alumni and I become a billionaire because of an innovation that started in a university, they are very honest. They give a lot of money back to those institutions. Even when they grow old and they want to give wealth to a university, they remember their alumni. So it doesn't have to be even a percentage. You can just discuss with them that we are supporting you, but please remember us when you become successful. And surely they do. If you go there, a lot of universities, Prof, they have been built by all these alumni who did well. Not necessarily through innovation from those institutions, but even through other efforts. So in this week of celebration, ladies and gentlemen, and let's open our minds to the possibilities, foster an atmosphere of creativity, and inspire one another to tackle the world's most pressing challenges with determination, imagination, and resilience. And let's seize this opportunity to connect, learn from each other, and ignite the spark of innovation. Let me just emphasize on seize the opportunity, because a lot of us lose opportunities when those opportunities are presented to us. And as you know, from KU, we got the machine that we are calling the PET scan. You have heard about it. Maybe some of you have had your relatives use it. Not an innovation, maybe an innovation in the sense that we are brave enough to challenge the medical system then, that how come we don't have this innovation or this machine, and everybody is going to India for the PET scan services. And I remember one time when the head of state came around, and I presented the idea to him, and I said, Your Excellency, we need this machine here because our people are dying of cancer because the cancer is being discovered late, as opposed to other countries where the cancer is discovered early and the chances of survival are higher. And they put a case. The point I'm making is seizing the opportunity. seized the opportunity, and that is how actually we were given the money to buy the PET scan. And you don't have to be an expert to explain some of these ideas. Even CyberKnife that you have heard, you saw us commissioning last time. I remember, and this is the power of now talking to colleagues, talking to people. I remember being asked by the government, which other equipment do you want to make sure that Kenyans are not going outside the country? And in terms of partnerships, I remember asking my colleague, so I'm not a doctor, you know, isn't it? So I said, which other equipment do we need to help in cancer? And this person said CyberKnife. So I asked, what is CyberKnife? And they explained to me what is CyberKnife. So when the time came now for the government to ask me, what do you want? And I said CyberKnife. They asked me what is CyberKnife. Now I became the expert. And I explained to the head of state what a CyberKnife is, and I remember being engaged for like 20 minutes. What CyberKnife? What does it do? What does it? Is it a knife? You know. But I had the information. So the point I'm making is that you don't have to be the expert to kind of explain a good idea. And of course, we got the CyberKnife, and you know, we are happy that Kenyans are going to benefit from this machine that is able to undertake precise treatment compared to the regular radiotherapy machine. Is able to treat one without affecting the cells around. And is maybe one example I can give is, instead of the normal radiotherapy, which takes like 30 sessions, this one will take like 5 to 6 sessions. Very concentrated radiotherapy to the tumor. The tumor is treated without affecting the cells around. So that is what we have in the country, and I'm happy to announce, I don't know, this may not be innovation, but still it is, because we are the second country to have it in Africa after Egypt. So I think we should be proud of ourselves that now I'm sure we'll be getting people from not just the East African, but Africa, because Egypt also got it about a year ago. And I was very happy to go to see it's produced by a company in the US called Accuray. And I was very happy to go there and see us as a country being, you know, the first one there with the Kenyan flag there. But most importantly, the fact that it's going to help our Kenyans. They don't have to go out. So the future of innovation, as I end, is that it's clear that the path to progress is paved with innovation, and we can drive economic growth, as I said earlier, improve standard of living, improve our own quality of life through innovation, and you know, we need to really embrace it. And I want to thank the university for starting it with this Innovation Week, and you know, learn from other countries who have done it very well, even from some of our own institutions. Ded and Kimathi also have done a good job. I'm sure, Prof. Vice Chancellor, you can visit the university and see what they are doing with the Innovation Center, and so learn from the rest to also improve yours. So let us challenge ourselves to think differently and push the boundaries of what we believe is achievable. Let us foster a culture that encourages bold ideas and embrace constructive failure as a stepping stone to success. And let us create strong innovation ecosystems where we have subsystems that include educating students on the concept related to innovations, create innovation hubs, and incubate ideas, create acceleration hubs or industrial parks to scale up those ideas, create partnerships to help enrich innovative ideas, and work with investors to help grow ideas for innovation to work. And it must be approached from an ecosystem perspective. So I think the first thing, Prof, is to come up with this ecosystem with what needs to be done by who, and the center now should be the innovation. So engage with experts and exchange insights with your peers and dare to think differently and allow creativity to flow slowly. Let the students dream. Let them tell them what they are thinking. They are young and very innovative, and they think very well. So I want to congratulate once again VC, Professor Wakidiki, my good friend, and also the DVC Research, Innovation and Outreach, plus other colleagues, DVCs, and the Dean the Dean Outreach, for your good work. And I think you're on the right path. As your Chancellor, I'll be checking to make sure that you are you're on course. And please, if you need my advice, I'm available. God bless you.
Right, thank you very, very much. That was so inspiring. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give our Chancellor a hearty round of applause? You know, very, very humble words there. And the one thing that I always allude to, that it is important for you to have take-homes, have takeaways that you can remember. And indeed, you'll agree with me that, you know, you heard from the source herself, a lady who has walked this journey, a lady who has seen it all, a lady who has, she has demonstrated great leadership. And that's why, you know, our VC and CEO, Professor Isaiah, earlier said, when you are so happy, you don't talk too much. So I want to avoid talking too much because I'm so happy. But I just want us to have 4 take-homes. You know, if you forgot anything else that Professor said this morning, one is that she says one of the universities in the US, there's a pie chart that shows figures of funding that comes from royalties derived from innovation. And that is where we want to be. Don't forget that. The second thing, she said that innovation starts with the belief that we can do things better, improve lives, and inspire growth. Can we give a round of applause? And the third thing, she said that out of every 100 ideas, only 5 are likely to succeed. But we must not give up. We have to continue. So if your ideas failed, you tried one, failed, and you started blaming everybody and saying how you have not been supported, please get to 100, then you will know that you have met that. Can we give a round of applause, please? And finally, she said, we need to challenge the status quo and be willing to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, these are very, very heavy, inspiring words that are laced and anchored on the basis of a personal experience on innovation. So I want us to all be upstanding. We want to appreciate our Chancellor in a special way, and we want to do it the KCA way. And we know how to do it. So we actually want to invite the reins. We want to invite the reins for Professor. Professor, you know, when we love you, we invite the reins. And this is the gospel according to St. Isaiah. So invite the reins, left hand, invite the reins. Okay, invite the reins. Let's invite the reins. Let's invite the reins. The trees begin to sway. The trees sway. The trees sway. The trees sway. Thunderstorm, 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 thunderstorm. Manyunyu, manyunyu. 1 finger. 2, 3, 4. One more time. Invite the rains. Invite the rains. Invite the rains. Invite the rains. The trees begin to sway. The trees sway. The trees sway. Thunderstorm, thunderstorm, thunderstorm. Manyunyu, manyunyu. 1 finger. 2, 3, 4. Thank you. We may take our seats. Professor, that is just part of innovation. And the gospel according to St. Isaiah. So thank you very much. We want to celebrate you. The last one before we vacate, we want to give Professor flowers, right? Can we mold flowers nicely? Nice flowers. Professor, you will see who gives you the best of those flowers. Huh? So let's mold the flowers. Let's mold the flowers. Let's mold the flowers. Let's mold the flowers. Mold them nicely. You can see how Professor Izzy is molding them. Let's mold them. Let's give Professor flowers. Let's do one more time. I've seen Professor Bagakas is really excited. Let's mold those flowers. Let's mold the flowers. Thank you, Prof. Yeah. Mold the gentlemen. Can you rise and just give those flowers nicely? The gentlemen only in the room. Huh? The gentlemen, okay, let's mold those flowers. Mold the flowers. Let's give Professor the flowers. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. We celebrate you. We are honored. And I want to confess that this really was heart-dredging. And we want to thank you. We want to indeed celebrate you. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to escalate to the next level. And just allow me to mention that, Professor, as you are making your address, and I can assure you, our VC and CEO is a practical person, is a practical leader. You know, so much of these ideas, we will see a lot rolling. We were joined by Professor Mary Kinoti from the University of Nairobi. Professor Mary Kinoti, just rise and wave. Yeah, there she is. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you very much. She'll be speaking to us later. We were also joined by a wonderful lady called Monica Blagescu. Monica Blagescu is the head of education from British Council. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you very much. Monica will be speaking to us shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, our VC says, he who gives you his food gives you what? His heart. But before we go to that level, he has a culture of always gifting. So I want to request you with humility, our Chancellor and Chief Guest, to just come upstage. And our VC and CEO, kindly, you come upstage, both of you, as we are going to, I want to ask Emily, yes, as this is happening, DVC Rio, you know this is your baby. Please just come upstage. DVC Rio, you have done well. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Thank you. The two DVCs, you must be witnesses. Professor DK, and Professor JB. Kindly just join. Chief Guest, you know here we have nicknames for our professors. We have Professor IC, we have Professor DK, we have Professor JB, we have Professor VO. Can we give them a round of applause? Thank you. Now our VC is handing over a souvenir. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you. Yes, our chief guest, you can show it so that the media can capture. And by the way, we are live. So anything that you said or did here, you know the world is watching. And we are glad that innovation has allowed this to happen. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We may resume our seats for a minute as we take the program to the next level. Let's give them a round of applause as they take their seats. And I want to thank you so much, Professor. You have really unpacked this. And I think the next session that is coming is going to be fiery because there's going to be a discussion. And Dr. Zippy knows what happens. You know, we have Dr. Zippy, the brand. She knows precisely what is coming and right at the center of it. So we want to move to the next session for the guest exhibitions, but we will only allow our chief guest and our DVCs and the Rio team to walk our professor around. Then we are going to be taking a short break, a short health break, about 5 minutes. And then when we resume, it's just to stretch. Our students, please don't go away. It's a short, it has just started. And when we resume, 5 minutes, we are going into a panel discussion. Before the panel discussion, of course, I've introduced Monica Blagescu, and we announced earlier that these are our platinum sponsors. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor. It is always good to, when your seniors speak, you have been guided accordingly. I'm aligned. So Andrew of Safaricom, Mary Kinoti, Professor, as well as Monica, you will join the team to go around for exhibition tour. So on that note, I want to request them to be upstanding, led by our chief guest, our VC. Being the host, you will show them around, and the team is waiting. ACCA Maragia is right here waiting. As they proceed, Chair of Alumni, you can join this team so that we are able to do. Let's give them a round of applause as they do. Thank you very much. They'll be resuming. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to take 5 minutes health break, and we are resuming at 11:10 so that we move into the next session. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Until when I played it, I am DJ Byron Worldwide.
My name is Professor Isaiah Wakindiki. I'm the Vice Chancellor and CEO at KCA University. I want to welcome you all from the 30th to the 3rd of November, 30th October. We will be having our annual Innovation Week and Industry Summit, which will be held at our Ruaraka campus, which is our main campus. We will be hosting our chief guest, who is at the same time our Chancellor, has graciously agreed to come and preside over the function. Also, we have other notable public leaders. The PS Shipping also will be gracing the occasion later in the week. And the theme of our this year's Innovation Week and the Industry Summit is to leverage on the linkage between academia and industry so that we can together produce sustainable innovations. That's what we want to emphasize. And we are doing this with many partners. For example, our sponsor, the Institute for Certified Public Accountants, popularly known as ISPAC, will be participating. The KCB Bank will be participating. We will have other partners like the British Council, the Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA, CASNEB, the Serari Group also will be participating. Moringa School Youth Enterprise Fund, or the Youth Enterprise Resource Hub, Association of Startup and SME Enablers, and many more. And therefore, my call to you is to invite all our students, all our staff, other stakeholders, and also the general public, innovators, researchers. I want to invite you to our Ruaraka campus from the 30th to the 3rd. There will be quite a huge assembly of people who are enthusiastic towards innovations will be assembled there. There will be various pitches, there will be shows on innovations, competitions. So please, you are most welcome to come and participate with us and for sure contribute to the sustainable development of our nation. Thank you so much indeed. My name is Professor Isaiah Wakindiki. I'm the Vice Chancellor and CEO at KCA University. I want to welcome you all from the 30th to the 3rd of November, 30th October. we will be having our annual Innovation Week and Industry Summit, which will be held at our Ruaraka campus, which is our main campus. We will be hosting our chief guest, who is at the same time our Chancellor, has graciously agreed to come and preside over the function. Also, we have other notable public leaders. The PS Shipping also will be gracing the occasion later in the week. And the theme of our this year's Innovation Week and the Industry Summit is to leverage on the linkage between academia and industry so that we can together produce sustainable innovations. That's what we want to emphasize. And we are doing this with many partners. For example, our sponsor, the Institute for Certified Public Accountants, popularly known as ISPAC, will be participating. The KCB Bank will be participating. We will have other partners like the British Council, the Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA, CASNEB, the Serari Group also will be participating. Moringa School Youth Enterprise Fund, or the Youth Enterprise Resource Hub, Association of Start.
Our interventions in Kenya are in three levels. We've got national interventions. This is where we think through our policy environment, our tracking of the national performance, and so on and so forth. And then we've got institutional interventions. And this is where we try to think about how do we make this institution called University of Kabianga a key player of the national innovation system. Can it be even better?
This is the best time for us to start asking ourselves, what will the university of the future look like?
One of the key strategies is to ensure that universities start ensuring they have alternative ways of supporting themselves in terms of not relying on government. That is to commercialize their research. That is one of the ways in which we are encouraging them. We are also encouraging them to use their idle assets, which they have at the university level. We are encouraging them to come up with investment vehicles so that they can be able to start businesses which can be able to bring alternative funding models for themselves.
For a long time, you find students have an idea of what they want to do, but they have nobody to hold their hand and show them this is how you develop your idea, this is how you commercialize your idea, this is how you make money out of your idea. So what we decided to do is build capacity of our faculty members first. And so once the faculty members have the know-how to help the students, then the students, it's like a light bulb moment. They're very, very keen.
We have developed quite a number of seeds, varieties for various regions of the country. Like now we have beans, varieties which are for short rain areas, what we can call literally semi-arid areas, and these are doing well, and they are in the market being sold through some of the seed companies.
This is just a way of getting to go to that direction of entrepreneurial institutions. We are still in the early stages, and that's why we are looking for partners who will walk the journey with us. Kenya Innovation Agency have been very, very supportive, the British Council.
Kenya is coming on board and is trying to put us together to really think through some of the issues that we have in our own policies, research policy, intellectual policy, now can be nicely mainstreamed and anchored at the national level.
The British Council is a strong supporter of the Kenya network of entrepreneurial institutions leaders because we believe in the importance of leaders in higher education sector driving the process of change within their institutions. We want to create an environment where young people can thrive and where both graduates as well as higher education institutions contribute, as I said earlier, to that ecosystem of entrepreneurship and innovation. We are proud of this partnership with Kenya, with the Kenya National Innovation Agency, and we hope that the network that's being established here today is going to become a driving force for change in the country moving forward.
Hello, my name is Stella Kabura. I'm a student at KCA University, currently studying software development, and I'm in my 4th year of study. I chose KCA University based on what I was informed by former alumni students about KCA University. I learned that KCA is a place where you can be creative, even as a software developer pursuing technical courses and being an innovator. And you can also do IoT, and also you can be innovative and come up with solutions for today's problems. The water quality project is a software project in that it has the ability to test the quality of water based on the amount of total dissolved solids within a sample of water. It can test that sample. It can store the values, it can interpret the values of the sample, and also give actionable solutions to clients who are using that water, so as to solve the issue of water quality. What inspired this innovation is the number of deaths caused by pollution in water. I was also inspired to develop this solution so that I can be able to test this water on my own without having to spend money in labs and take time to receive feedback. I'm really looking forward to the Innovation Week. I'm looking forward to showcase my project and to create awareness concerning safe water and the ability to analyze water electronically, especially through the testing of TDS values.
Hi, I'm Samson Muturi. I'm a 3rd-year student pursuing software development at KCA University. I'll be exhibiting at the Innovation Week. My innovation is Avery, which is an autonomous vehicle that is supposed to use computer vision, TinyML, and edge computing to map out the floor area or the floor plan of whichever room that it's given. This is a base innovation for future applications such as vacuum cleaning, lawn mowing, and even military applications. Join me as we explore innovations that will change the world. Hi, I'm Samson Muturi. I'm a 3rd-year student pursuing software development at KCA University. I'll be exhibiting at the Innovation Week. My innovation is Avery, which is an autonomous vehicle that is supposed to use computer vision, TinyML, and edge computing to map out the floor area or the floor plan of whichever room that it's given. This is a base innovation for future applications such as vacuum cleaning, lawn mowing, and even military applications. Join me as we explore innovations that will change the world. Hi, I'm Samson Muturi. I'm a 3rd-year student pursuing software development at KCA University. I'll be exhibiting at the Innovation Week. My innovation is Avery, which is an autonomous vehicle that is supposed to use computer vision, TinyML, and edge computing to map out the floor area or the floor plan of whichever room that it's given. This is a base innovation for future applications such as vacuum cleaning, lawn mowing, and even military applications. Join me as we explore innovations that will change the world. Hi, I'm Samson Muturi. I'm a 3rd-year student pursuing software development at KCA University. I'll be exhibiting at the Innovation Week. My innovation is Every, which is an autonomous vehicle that is supposed to use computer vision, TinyML and edge computing to map out the floor area or the floor plan of whichever room that it's given. This is a base innovation for future applications such as vacuum
my name is
cleaning,
Stella Kabura.
lawn mowing,
I'm
and even
a student
military
at KCA University,
Join
currently
me as we
studying
explore
software
innovations
development,
that will
and I'm
change
in my
the
fourth
world.
year of study. I chose KCA University based on what I was informed by former alumni students about KCA University. I learned that KCA is a place where you can be creative, even as a software developer pursuing technical courses and being an innovator. And you can also do IoT, and also you can be innovative and come up with solutions for today's problems. The water quality project is a software project in that it has the ability to test the quality of water based on the amount of total dissolved solids within a sample of water. It can test that sample, it can store the values, it can interpret the values of the sample, and also give actionable solutions to clients who are using that water, so as to solve the issue of water quality. What inspired this innovation is the number of deaths caused by pollution in water. I was also inspired to develop this solution so that I can be able to test this water on my own without having to spend money in labs and take time to receive feedback. I'm really looking forward to the Innovation Week. I'm looking forward to showcase my project and to create awareness concerning safe water and the ability to analyze water electronically, especially through the testing of TDS values.
I'll be exhibiting at the Innovation Week. My innovation is Every, which is an autonomous vehicle that is supposed to use
our interventions
vision,
in Kenya are
TinyML and edge computing to map out the
this is where we
floor
think through
area
our
or
policy
the floor
environment, our tracking of the national performance, and so on and so forth. And then we've got institutional interventions. And this is where we try to think about how do we make this institution called University of Kabianga a key player of the national innovation system. Can it be even better?
This is the best time for us to start asking ourselves, what will the university of the future look like?
One of the key
Our interventions in Kenya are in three levels. We've got national interventions. This is where we think through our policy environment, our tracking of the national performance, and so on and so forth. And then we've got institutional interventions. And this is where we try to think about how do we make this institution called University of Kabianga.
Hello.
My name is Professor Isaiah Wakindiki. I'm the Vice Chancellor and CEO at KCA University. I want to welcome you all from the 30th to the 3rd of November, 30th October. We will be having our annual Innovation Week and Industry Summit, which will be held at our Ruaraka campus, which is our main campus. We will be hosting our chief guest, who is at the same time our chancellor, has graciously agreed to come and preside over the function. Also, we have other notable public leaders. The PS shipping also will be gracing the occasion later in the week. And the theme of our this year's Innovation Week and the Industry Summit is to leverage on the linkage between academia and industry so that we can together produce sustainable innovations. That's what we want to emphasize. And we are doing this with many partners. For example, our sponsor, the Institute for Certified Public Accountants, popularly known as ISPAC, will be participating. The KCB Bank will be participating. We will have other partners like the British Council, the Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA, CASNEB, the Serari Group also will be participating. Moringa School Youth Enterprise Fund, or the Youth Enterprise Resource Hub, Association of Startup and SME Enablers, and many more. And therefore, my call to you is to invite all our students, all our staff, other stakeholders, and also the general public, innovators, researchers. I want to invite you to our Ruaraka campus from the 30th to the 3rd. There will be quite a huge assembly of people who are enthusiastic towards innovations will be assembled there. There will be various pitches, there will be shows on innovations, competitions. So please, you are most welcome to come and participate with us, and for sure contribute to the sustainable development of our nation. Thank you so much indeed.
We are not from a very financially strong background, and I always wanted to do something more.
I was the first one among all my friends and my family who had achieved this prestigious scholarship.
This scholarship has already transformed my life. I'm just so excited to go back and see how best I can make an impact.
Women who have a degree in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, or a related subject, and hail from South Asia, East Asia, and the Americas, are invited by the British Council to apply for a life-transforming experience and receive a master's degree scholarship in their field of study at some of the most prestigious universities across the United Kingdom.
I was a person who had never studied anything abroad. I was a person who had never lived a life alone. Now I'm doing everything independently, so it means a lot to me.
I just love this country and love my university because my university is stunning. And my professors, everyone is so welcoming and so friendly and very supportive.
This year-long scholarship is fully funded, including travel costs, tuition fees, visa and health cover, and a stipend. If you speak English, can demonstrate the need for financial support, and are already active in your field of study or able to prove a dedicated interest, this is a golden opportunity for both your studies and life experiences alike.
I get the chance to socialize with my friends, not just around campus, but in the city center. There are a lot of pubs, restaurants, cafes.
I have friends from the UK, from Europe, from Africa, and we have parties together, meetings together, we have studies together, so I'm loving it.
The most I'm enjoying being in UK is the freedom.
If you have aspirations of making a difference in your home country and dream of inspiring future generations of women who wish to pursue a career in STEM, this scholarship will give you the education, tools, and confidence to make a truly positive impact.
My knowledge base has expanded significantly since being here. Every time I learn something new, I think about how this could be implemented in Jamaica to make the environment a better place for protection, preservation, and also sustainability.
Being a woman in STEM is something extremely empowering because it is a field that has been underrepresented by women from the early stages of this field. So it's extremely important that we keep contributing and that we know that our work will have a positive impact in the life of many in the future.
For this unique opportunity, the British Council wholeheartedly encourages you to apply for the scholarship campaign.
If you're passionate about a career in STEM and if you have a dream to study in the UK, take the challenge and go for it.
It prepares me for something bigger in the future, I can tell.
I would definitely back you and encourage you to go for it without having any fears and doubts in yourself. I know it seems a little bit intimidating, but trust me that everything is going to fall in place.
Hi, I'm Samson Muturi. I'm a third-year student pursuing software development at KCA University. I'll be exhibiting at the Innovation Week. My innovation is Avery, which is an autonomous vehicle that is supposed to use computer vision, TinyML, and edge computing to map out the floor area or the floor plan of whichever room that it's given. This is a base innovation for future applications such as vacuum cleaning, lawn mowing, and even military applications. Join me as we explore innovations that will change the world.
Our interventions in Kenya are in 3 levels. We've got national interventions. This is where we think through our policy environment, our tracking of the national performance, and so on and so forth. And then we've got institutional interventions. And this is where we try to think about how do we make this institution called University of Kabianga a key player of the national innovation system. Can it be even better?
This is the best time for us to start asking ourselves, what will the university of the future look like?
One of the key strategies is to ensure that universities start ensuring they have alternative ways of supporting themselves in terms of not relying on government. That is to commercialize their research. That is one of the ways in which we are encouraging them. We are also encouraging them to use their idle assets, which they have at the university level. We are encouraging them to come up with investment vehicles so that they can be able to start businesses which can be able to bring alternative funding models for themselves.
For a long time, you find students have an idea of what they want to do, but they have nobody to hold their hand and show them this is how you develop your idea, this is how you commercialize your idea, this is how you make money out of your idea. So what we decided to do is build capacity of our faculty members first. And so once the faculty members have the know-how to help the students, then the students is like a light bulb moment. They're very, very keen.
We have developed quite a number of seeds, varieties for various regions of the country. Like now we have beans, varieties which are for short rain areas, what we can call literally semi-arid areas, and these are doing well, and they are in the market being sold through some of the city companies.
This is just a way of getting to go to that direction of entrepreneurial institutions. We are still in the early stages, and that's why we are looking for partners who will walk the journey with us. Kenya Innovation Agency have been very, very supportive, the British Council.
Kenya is coming on board and is trying to put us together to really think through some of the issues that we have in our own policies, research policy, intellectual policy, now can be nicely mainstreamed and anchored at the national level.
The British Council is a strong supporter of the Kenya network of entrepreneurial institutions leaders because we believe in the importance of leaders in higher education sector driving the process of change within their institutions. We want to create an environment where young people can thrive and where both graduates as well as higher education institutions contribute, as I said earlier, to that ecosystem of entrepreneurship and innovation. We are proud of this partnership with Kenya, with the Kenya National Innovation Agency, and we hope that the network that's being established here today is going to become a driving force for change in the country moving forward.
Hello, my name is Stella Kabura. I'm a student at KCA University, currently studying software development, and I'm in my 4th year of study. I chose KCA University based on what I was informed by former alumni students about KCA University. I learned that KCA is a place where you can be creative, even as a software developer pursuing technical courses and being an innovator. and you can also do IoT, and also you can be innovative and come up with solutions for today's problems. The water quality project is a software project in that it has the ability to test the quality of water based on the amount of total dissolved solids within a sample of water. It can test that sample, it can store the values, it can interpret the values of the sample, and also give actionable solutions to clients who are using that water, so as to solve the issue of water quality. What inspired this innovation is the number of deaths caused by pollution in water. I was also inspired to develop this solution so that I can be able to test this water on my own without having to spend money in labs and take time to receive feedback. I'm really looking forward to the Innovation Week. I'm looking forward to showcase my project and to create awareness concerning safe water and the ability to analyze water electronically, especially through the testing of TDS values.
My name is Professor Isaiah Wakindiki. I'm the Vice Chancellor and CEO at KCA University. I want to welcome you all from the 30th to the 3rd of November, 30th October. We will be having our annual Innovation Week and Industry Summit, which will be held at our Ruaraka campus, which is our main campus. We will be hosting our chief guest, who is at the same time our Chancellor, has graciously agreed to come and preside over the function. Also, we have other notable public leaders. The PS Shipping also will be gracing the occasion later in the week. And the theme of our this year's Innovation Week and the Industry Summit is to leverage on the linkage between academia and industry so that we can together produce sustainable innovations. That's what we want to emphasize. And we are doing this with many partners. For example, our sponsor, the Institute for Certified Public Accountants, popularly known as ISPAC, will be participating. The KCB Bank will be participating. We will have other partners like the British Council, the Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA, CASNEB, the Serari Group also will be participating. Moringa School Youth Enterprise Fund, or the Youth Enterprise Resource Hub, Association of Startup and SME Enablers, and many more. And therefore, my call to you is to invite all our students, all our staff, other stakeholders, and also the general public, innovators, researchers. I want to invite you to our Ruaraka campus from the 30th to the 3rd. There will be quite a huge assembly of people who are enthusiastic towards innovations will be assembled there. There will be various pitches, there will be shows on innovations, competitions. So please, you are most welcome to come and participate with us and for sure contribute to the sustainable development of our nation. Thank you so much indeed.
We are not from a very financially strong background, and I always wanted to do something more.
I was the first one among all my friends and my family who had achieved this prestigious scholarship.
This scholarship has already transformed my life. I'm just so excited to go back and see how best I can make an impact.
Women who have a degree in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, or a related subject, and hail from South Asia, East Asia, and the Americas, are invited by the British Council to apply for a life-transforming experience and receive a master's degree scholarship in their field of study at some of the most prestigious universities across the United Kingdom.
I was a person who had never studied anything abroad. I was a person who had never lived a life alone. Now I'm doing everything independently, so it means a lot to me.
I just love this country and love my university because my university is stunning. And my professors, everyone is so welcoming and so friendly and very supportive.
This year-long scholarship is fully funded, including travel costs, tuition fees, visa and health cover, and a stipend. If you speak English, can demonstrate the need for financial support, and are already active in your field of study or able to prove a dedicated interest, this is a golden opportunity for both your studies and life experiences alike.
I get the chance to socialize with my friends, not just around campus, but in the city center. There are a lot of pubs, restaurants, cafes.
I have friends from the UK, from Europe, from Africa, and we have parties together, meetings together, we have studies together, so I'm loving it.
The most I'm enjoying being in UK is the freedom.
If you have aspirations of making a difference in your home country and dream of inspiring future generations of women who wish to pursue a career in STEM, this scholarship will give you the education, tools, and confidence to make a truly positive impact.
My knowledge base has expanded significantly since being here. Every time I learn something new, I think about how this could be implemented in Jamaica to make the environment a better place for protection, preservation, and also sustainability.
Being a woman in STEM is something extremely empowering because it is a field that has been underrepresented by women from the early stages of this field. So it's extremely important that we keep contributing and that we know that our work will have a positive impact in the lives of many in the future.
For this unique opportunity, the British Council wholeheartedly encourages you to apply for the scholarship campaign.
If you're passionate about a career in STEM and if you have a dream to study in the UK, take the challenge and go for it.
It prepares me for something bigger in the future, I can tell.
I would definitely back you and encourage you to go for it without having any fears and doubts in yourself. I know it seems a little bit intimidating, but trust me that everything is going to fall in place.
Hi, I'm Samson Muturi. I'm a third-year student pursuing software development at KCA University. I'll be exhibiting at the Innovation Week. My innovation is Every, which is an autonomous vehicle that is supposed to use computer vision, TinyML, and edge computing to map out the floor area or the floor plan of whichever room that it's given. This is a base innovation for future applications such as vacuum cleaning, lawn mowing, and even military applications. Join me as we explore innovations that will change the world.
Our interventions in Kenya are in 3 levels. We've got national interventions. This is where we think through our policy environment, our tracking of the national performance, and so on and so forth. And then we've got institutional interventions. And this is where we try to think about how do we make this institution called University of Kabianga a key player of the national innovation system. Can it be even better?
This is the best time for us to start asking ourselves, what will the university of the future look like?
One of the key strategies is to ensure that universities start ensuring they have alternative ways of supporting themselves in terms of not relying on government. That is to commercialize their research. That is one of the ways in which we are encouraging them. We are also encouraging them to use their idle assets, which they have at the university level. We are encouraging them to come up with investment vehicles so that they can be able to start businesses which can be able to bring alternative funding models for themselves.
For a long time, you find students have an idea of what they want to do, but they have nobody to hold their hand and show them this is how you develop your idea, this is how you commercialize your idea, this is how you make money out of your idea. So what we decided to do is build capacity of our faculty members first. And so once the faculty members have the know-how to help these students, then the students, it's like a light bulb moment. They're very, very keen.
We have developed quite a number of seeds, varieties for various regions of the country. Like now we have beans, varieties which are for short rain areas, what we can call literally semi-arid areas, and these are doing well, and they are in the market being sold through some of the seed companies.
This is just a way of getting to go to that direction of entrepreneurial institutions. We are still in the early stages, and that's why we are looking for partners who will walk the journey with us. Kenya Innovation Agency have been very, very supportive, the British Council.
Kenya is coming on board and is trying to put us together to really think through some of the issues that we have in our own policies, research policy, intellectual policy, now can be nicely mainstreamed and anchored at the national level.
The British Council is a strong supporter of the Kenya network of entrepreneurial institutions leaders because we believe in the importance of leaders in higher education sector driving the process of change within their institutions. We want to create an environment where young people can thrive and where both graduates as well as higher education institutions contribute, as I said earlier, to that ecosystem of entrepreneurship and innovation. We are proud of this partnership with Kenya, with the Kenya National Innovation Agency, and we hope that the network that's being established here today is going to become a driving force for change in the country moving forward.
Hello, my name is Stella Kabura. I'm a student at KCA University, currently studying software development, and I'm in my 4th year of study. I chose KCA University based on what I was informed by former alumni students about KCA University. I learned that KCA is a place where you can be creative, even as a software developer pursuing technical courses and being an innovator. And you can also do IoT, and also you can be innovative and come up with solutions for today's problems. The water quality project is a software project in that it has the ability to test the quality of water based on the amount of total dissolved solids within a sample of water. It can test that sample, it can store the values, it can interpret the values of the sample, and also give actionable solutions to clients who are using that water, so as to solve the issue of water quality. What inspired this innovation is the number of deaths caused by pollution in water. I was also inspired to develop this solution so that I can be able to test this water on my own without having to spend money in labs and take time to receive feedback. I'm really looking forward to the Innovation Week. I'm looking forward to showcase my project and to create awareness concerning safe water and the ability to analyze water electronically, especially through the testing of TDS values.
My name is Professor Isaiah Wakindiki. I'm the Vice Chancellor and CEO at KCA University. I want to welcome you all from the 30th to the 3rd of November 30th October, we will be having our annual Innovation Week and Industry Summit, which will be held at our Ruaraka campus, which is our main campus. We will be hosting our chief guest, who is at the same time our Chancellor, has graciously agreed to come and preside over the function. Also, we have other notable public leaders. The PS Shipping also will be gracing the occasion later in the week. And the theme of our this year's Innovation Week and the Industry Summit is to leverage on the linkage between academia and industry so that we can together produce sustainable innovations. That's what we want to emphasize, and we are doing this with many partners. For example, our sponsor, the Institute for Certified Public Accountants, popularly known as ISPAC, will be participating. The KCB Bank will be participating. We will have other partners like the British Council, the Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA, CASNEB, the Serari Group also will be participating. Moringa School Youth Enterprise Fund, or the Youth Enterprise Resource Hub, Association of Startup and SME Enablers, and many more. And therefore, my call to you is to invite all our students, all our staff, other stakeholders, and also the general public, innovators, researchers. I want to invite you to our Ruaraka campus from the 30th to the 3rd. There will be quite a huge assembly of people who are enthusiastic towards innovations will be assembled there. There will be various pitches, there will be shows on innovations, competitions. So please, you are most welcome to come and participate with us and for sure contribute to the sustainable development of our nation. Thank you so much indeed.
We are not from a very financially strong background, and I always wanted to do something more.
I was the first one among all my friends and my family who had achieved this prestigious scholarship.
This scholarship has already transformed my life. I'm just so excited to go back and see how best I can make an impact.
Women who have a degree in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, or a related subject, and hail from South Asia, East Asia, and the Americas, are invited by the British Council to apply for a life-transforming experience and receive a master's degree scholarship in their field of study at some of the most prestigious universities across the United Kingdom.
I was a person who had never studied anything abroad. I was a person who had never lived a life alone. Now I'm doing everything independently, so it means a lot to me.
I just love this country and love my university because my university is stunning. And my professors, everyone is so welcoming and so friendly and very supportive.
This year-long scholarship is fully funded, including travel costs, tuition fees, visa and health cover, and a stipend. If you speak English, can demonstrate the need for financial support, and are already active in your field of study or able to prove a dedicated interest, this is a golden opportunity for both your studies and life experiences alike.
I get the chance to socialize with my friends, not just around campus, but in the city center. There are a lot of pubs, restaurants, cafes.
I have friends from the UK, from Europe, from Africa, and we have parties together, meetings together, we have studies together, so I'm loving it.
The most I'm enjoying being in UK is the freedom.
If you have aspirations of making a difference in your home country and dream of inspiring future generations of women who wish to pursue a career in STEM, this scholarship will give you the education, tools and confidence to make a truly positive impact.
My knowledge base has expanded significantly since being here. Every time I learn something new, I think about how this could be implemented in Jamaica to make the environment a better place for protection, preservation, and also sustainability.
Being a woman in STEM is something extremely empowering because it is a field that has been underrepresented by women from the early stages of this field. So it's extremely important that we keep contributing and that we know that our work will have a positive impact in the lives of many in the future.
For this unique opportunity, the British Council wholeheartedly encourages you to apply for the scholarship campaign.
If you're passionate about a career in STEM and if you have a dream to study in the UK, take the challenge and go for it.
It prepares me for something bigger in the future, I can tell.
I would definitely back you and encourage you to go for it without having any fears and doubts in yourself. I know it seems a little bit intimidating, but trust me that everything is going to fall in place.
Hi, I'm Samson Muturi. I'm a third-year student pursuing software development at KCA University. I'll be exhibiting at the Innovation Week. My innovation is Every, which is an autonomous vehicle that is supposed to use computer vision, TinyML, and edge computing to map out the floor area or the floor plan of whichever room that it's given. This is a base innovation for future applications such as vacuum cleaning, lawn mowing, and even military applications. Join me as we explore innovations that will change the world.
Our interventions in Kenya are in 3 levels. We've got national interventions. This is where we think through our policy environment, our tracking of the national performance, and so on and so forth. And then we've got institutional interventions. And this is where we try to think about how do we make this institution called University of Kabianga a key player of the national innovation system. Can it be even better?
This is the best time for us to start asking ourselves, what will the university of the future look like?
One of the key strategies is to ensure that universities start ensuring they have alternative ways of supporting themselves in terms of not relying on government. That is to commercialize their research. That is one of the ways in which we are encouraging them. We are also encouraging them to use their idle assets, which they have at the university level. We are encouraging them to come up with investment vehicles so that they can be able to start businesses which can be able to bring alternative funding models for themselves.
For a long time, you find students have an idea of what they want to do, but they have nobody to hold their hand and show them this is how you develop your idea, this is how you commercialize your idea, this is how you make money out of your idea. So what we decided to do is build capacity of our faculty members first. And so once the faculty members have the know-how to help these students, then the students, it's like a light bulb moment. They're very, very keen.
We have developed quite a number of seeds, varieties for various regions of the country. Like now we have beans, varieties which are for short rain areas, what we can call literally semi-arid areas, and these are doing well, and they are in the market being sold through some of the seed companies.
This is just a way of getting to go to that direction of entrepreneurial institutions. We are still in the early stages, and that's why we are looking for partners who will walk the journey with us. Kenya Innovation Agency have been very, very supportive, the British Council.
Kenya is coming on board and is trying to put us together to really think through some of the issues that we have in our own policies, research policy, intellectual policy, now can be nicely mainstreamed and anchored at the national level.
The British Council is a strong supporter of the Kenya network of entrepreneurial institutions leaders because we believe in the importance of leaders in higher education sector driving the process of change within their institutions. We want to create an environment where young people can thrive and where both graduates as well as higher education institutions contribute, as I said earlier, to that ecosystem of entrepreneurship and innovation. We are proud of this partnership with Kenya, with the Kenya National Innovation Agency, and we hope that the network that's being established here today is going to become a driving force for change in the country moving forward.
Hello, my name is Stella Kabura. I'm a student at KCA University, currently studying software development, and I'm in my 4th year of study. I chose KCA University based on what I was informed by former alumni students about KCA University. I learned that KCA is a place where you can be creative, even as a software developer pursuing technical courses and being an innovator. And you can also do IoT, and also you can be innovative and come up with solutions for today's problems. The water quality project is a software project in that it has the ability to test the quality of water based on the amount of total dissolved solids within a sample of water. It can test that sample, it can store the values, it can interpret the values of the sample, and also give actionable solutions to clients who are using that water, so as to solve the issue of water quality. What inspired this innovation is the number of deaths caused by pollution in water. I was also inspired to develop this solution so that I can be able to test this water on my own without having to spend money in labs and take time to receive feedback. I'm really looking forward to the Innovation Week. I'm looking forward to showcase my project and to create awareness concerning safe water and the ability to analyze water electronically, especially through the testing of TDS values.
My name is Professor Isaiah Wakindiki. I'm the Vice Chancellor and CEO at KCA University. I want to welcome you all from the 30th to the 3rd of November, 30th October. We will be having our annual Innovation Week and Industry Summit, which will be held at our Ruaraka campus, which is our main campus. We will be hosting our chief guest, who is at the same time our chancellor, has graciously agreed to come and preside over the function. Also, we have other notable public leaders. The PS shipping also will be gracing the occasion later in the week. And the theme of our this year's Innovation Week and the Industry Summit is to leverage on the linkage between academia and industry so that we can together produce sustainable innovations. That's what we want to emphasize. And we are doing this with many partners. For example, our sponsor, the Institute for Certified Public Accountants, popularly known as ISPAC, will be participating. The KCB Bank will be participating. We will have other partners like the British Council, the Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA, CASNEB, the Serari Group also will be participating. Moringa School Youth Enterprise Fund, or the Youth Enterprise Resource Hub, Association of Startup and SME Enablers, and many more. And therefore, my call to you is to invite all our students, all our staff, other stakeholders, and also the general public, innovators, researchers. I want to invite you to our Ruaraka campus from the 30th to the 3rd. There will be quite a huge assembly of people who are enthusiastic towards innovations will be assembled there. There will be various pitches, there will be shows on innovations, competitions. So please, you are most welcome to come and participate with us and for sure contribute to the sustainable development of our nation. Thank you so much indeed.
We are not from a very financially strong background, and I always wanted to do something more.
I was the first one among all my friends and my family who had achieved this prestigious scholarship.
This scholarship has already transformed my life. I'm just so excited to go back and see how best I can make an impact.
Women who have a degree in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, or a related subject and hail from South Asia, East Asia, and the Americas are invited by the British Council to apply for a life-transforming experience and receive a master's degree scholarship in their field of study at some of the most prestigious universities across the United Kingdom.
I was a person who had never studied anything abroad. I was a person who had never lived a life alone. Now I'm doing everything independently, so it means a lot to me.
I just love this country and love my university because my university is stunning. And my professors, everyone is so welcoming and so friendly and very supportive.
This year-long scholarship is fully funded, including travel costs, tuition fees, visa and health cover, and a stipend. If you speak English, can demonstrate the need for financial support, and are already active in your field of study or able to prove a dedicated interest, this is a golden opportunity for both your studies and life experiences alike.
I get the chance to socialize with my friends, not just around campus, but in the city center. There are a lot of pubs, restaurants, cafes.
I have friends from the UK, from Europe, from Africa, and we have parties together, meetings together, we have studies together, so I'm loving it.
The most I'm enjoying being in UK is the freedom.
If you have aspirations of making a difference in your home country and dream of inspiring future generations of women who wish to pursue a career in STEM, this scholarship will give you the education, tools, and confidence to make a truly positive impact.
My knowledge base has expanded significantly since being here. Every time I learn something new, I think about how this could be implemented in Jamaica to make the environment a better place for protection, preservation, and also sustainability.
Being a woman in STEM is something extremely empowering because it is a field that has been underrepresented by women from the early stages of this field. So it's extremely important that we keep contributing and that we know that our work will have a positive impact in the life of many in the future.
For this unique opportunity, the British Council wholeheartedly encourages you to apply for the scholarship campaign.
If you're passionate about a career in STEM and if you have a dream to study in the UK, take the challenge and go for it.
It prepares me for something bigger in the future, I can tell.
I would definitely back you and encourage you to go for it without having any fears and doubts in yourself. I know it seems a little bit intimidating, but trust me that everything is going to fall in place.
Hi, I'm Samson Muturi. I'm a third-year student pursuing software development at KCA University. I'll be exhibiting at the Innovation Week. My innovation is Every, which is an autonomous vehicle that is supposed to use computer vision, TinyML, and edge computing to map out the floor area or the floor plan of whichever room that it's given. This is a base innovation for future applications such as vacuum cleaning, lawn mowing, and even military applications. Join me as we explore innovations that will change the world.
Our interventions in Kenya are in three levels. We've got national interventions. This is where we think through our policy environment, our tracking of the national performance, and so on and so forth. And then we've got institutional interventions. And this is where we try to think about how do we make this institution called University of Kabianga a key player of the national innovation system. Can it be even better?
This is the best time for us to start asking ourselves, what will the university of the future look like?
One of the key strategies is to ensure that universities start ensuring they have alternative ways of supporting themselves in terms of not relying on government. That is to commercialize their research. That is one of the ways in which we are encouraging them. We are also encouraging them to use their idle assets, which they have at the university level. We are encouraging them to come up with investment vehicles so that they can be able to start businesses which can be able to bring alternative funding models for themselves.
For a long time, you find students have an idea of what they want to do, but they have nobody to hold their hand and show them this is how you develop your idea, this is how you commercialize your idea, this is how you make money out of your idea. So what we decided to do is build capacity of our faculty members first. And so once the faculty members have the know-how to help these students,
a number of seeds, varieties for various regions of the country. Like now we have beans, varieties which are for short rain areas, what we can call literally semi-arid areas, and these are doing well, and they are in the market being sold through some of the seed companies.
this is just a way of getting to go to that direction of entrepreneurial institutions. We are still in the early stages, and that's why we are looking for partners who will walk the journey with us. Kenya Innovation Agency have been very, very supportive, the British Council.
Kenya is coming on board and is trying to put us together to really think through some of the issues that we have in our own policies, research policy, intellectual policy, now can be nicely mainstreamed and anchored at the national level.
The British Council is a strong supporter of the Kenya network of entrepreneurial institutions leaders because we believe in the importance of leaders in higher education sector driving the process of change within their institutions. We want to create an environment where young people can thrive and where both graduates as well as higher education institutions contribute, as I said earlier, to that ecosystem of entrepreneurship and innovation. We are proud of this partnership with Kenya, with the Kenya National Innovation Agency, and we hope that the network that's being established here today is going to become a driving force for change in the country moving forward.
None other than Monica Blegescu. I want to believe I have gotten the name right. Blagescu, sorry. Monica Blagescu. You know, that's a very difficult name. You give it to Professor Mushiri, I know what to expect. Ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together for Monica?
Thank you so much. You're doing better and better every time we meet, so I appreciate that. Colleagues, I guess maybe still good morning. I think we are between you and lunch with this panel now. So forgive me, we're running a bit late. I have had the opportunity to speak to your distinguished Chancellor, Professor Olive Mugenda, and also to speak to your Vice Chancellor, to Professor Wakindiki, who is a good friend and colleague. And it really is an honor to be here with you today to give some brief remarks before you continue with your deliberations and with your event for the remaining of the day. And I would really like to congratulate KCA University, all of you actually who are here today and who can give yourselves and who can give me this time this morning. And I'd like to congratulate in particular Prof. Mushiri, who's been a very close partner for the British Council for this event and for the second Innovation Week and Industry Summit, leveraging on academia industry linkages to foster sustainable innovations. It truly is a momentous occasion and one which us at the British Council are very proud to contribute to. Because for us, supporting this type of events is at the core of who we are, in line with our British Council purpose, which is to contribute to prosperity and to contribute to peace by building connections, understanding and trust between people in the UK and countries worldwide. I don't want to take too much this time. I just want to give you a sense of who we are, how we fit in, why we are supporting KCA University and this week that is just starting today. And now some of you in this room know that the British Council's relationship with Kenya is a very special one. It's been built over years of deep dialogue, engagement and partnership. We have actually been working in Kenya since 1947. Most recently, in January 2020, Kenya and the UK, the two governments, agreed a strategic partnership grounded on 5 main pillars: mutual prosperity, security and stability, sustainable development, climate change, and people to people. And this strategic partnership has renewed the commitment between our countries to build productive alliances in skills and in education, in science and research, in innovation and entrepreneurship, in arts, culture, and sports. And hopefully you recognize that this is one of the main reasons why I'm here today and why we are supporting the events this week. The British Council in Kenya and my team in particular have been focusing their attention for the last few years to engage with educational institutions. Through our work in the arts and in higher education, we are committed to young people so they realize their potential and they make a positive contribution to their communities and to Kenya's socio-economic development. We are driven by our belief that by connecting people and institutions, collaborative approaches are going to lead to the creation of solutions to address challenges. We support partnerships, as I mentioned earlier today, as the conduit for stronger and more inclusive and globally connected higher education and TVET institutions so that they can play an active role in national innovation systems and they can improve student employability outcomes. We are very proud of our collaboration with KCA University and the goals that we share on promoting enterprise development and promoting innovation. Now I'm going to give a couple of minutes to our beloved students to take their seats before I continue. Karibuni. Very good. Now, we know what is possible. We know that successful universities are at the forefront of knowledge creation through research and development activities. By imparting knowledge and skills, universities develop the human capital that is required for enterprise development and innovation. Successful young graduates, like the lovely ones who've just walked in, have access to opportunities or are able to create opportunities for themselves and for others. They can carve different pathways to employability and have the ability to contribute to job creation. Entrepreneurial universities serve as hubs. They can be hubs for technology transfer and commercialization. They can translate research and innovation into marketable products, services, and processes. University-led incubators, and I'm very pleased to hear that there will be an incubator here at KCA University. Accelerators and entrepreneurship centers bridge the gap between academia and industry. And the title of this week's event couldn't have been more fitting. It's about how you bring together academia and industry. And very pleased that KCA is continuing on this path. And by supporting entrepreneurship and startup creation, universities make a significant contribution to the growth of the local as well as the national innovation system. Through their research, universities have the ability to supply evidence-based recommendations to policymakers and to inform decisions related to science, technology, education, and innovation, thereby also shaping the national innovation agenda. There isn't one size fits all, so we're looking both at how we can improve the quality and the relevance of the education that individual students receive. We're also looking at the incubators, the accelerators that institutions set up, the linkages with industry, but also we're looking at that very much needed research and the knowledge that's generated that can influence policymakers to make better decisions in this space. It is in order for universities to realize their potential around all of these areas that we as the British Council are supporting today's event. In this context, what I would like to do is just to take a few minutes to highlight two recent programs of work that we at the British Council have been leading on, and that is going to lead you into the panel discussion. The first one is the Innovation for African Universities program, and the second one is the work that we are doing with the Kenya National Innovation Agency around the national network and an institutional systems strengthening program. The Innovation for African Universities program is one where we have come to know KCA University quite well through one of the projects that you have been leading. We brought together 61 universities and enterprise support organizations in Kenya, UK, Ghana, South Africa, and Nigeria. And it was important that this wasn't just university-to-university partnership. It was important that industry players as well as ecosystem, wider enterprise support organizations were part of these partnerships, so they could co-design solutions to identify challenges. From revising existing or developing new curricula to enhancing skills for students and academic staff, from facilitating opportunities for new idea generation and innovation to providing mentorship and incubation support, but also from building bridges, as I said earlier, between academia and industry to providing access to digital platforms and seed funding, from community outreach to lessons learning and policy engagement. All of this is necessary for an institution to become more entrepreneurial and to transform itself. Various tools, frameworks, and toolkits have been developed. I know some of the students who are with us today. I met some earlier. They have been part of the project that Prof. Mushiri has been leading here. These tools, frameworks, and toolkits have been developed by partners like KCA, and they do have the potential to be replicated and scaled in other institutions and in the wider sector, and you become ambassadors of that work. KCA University, as I said earlier, designed a new entrepreneurship course by engaging with industry leaders, and that has been commended, and you should be very proud. And a big round of applause to Prof. Mushiri and the team for leading that. Riara University has launched a virtual accelerator. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga is bringing to market a web-based application that matches graduate students with enterprises to address business challenges. And Strathmore University is setting up a mentorship hub for student entrepreneurs on sustainable tourism. So there are quite practical things that have emerged from this program that I mentioned. But for such changes to be sustained, a systems approach is needed within higher education institutions, but also in the context in which they operate. And leadership plays a critical role in this regard, which is why we are also supporting the Kenya Network of Entrepreneurial Institutions Leaders, which is managed by the Kenya National Innovation Agency. This network will enhance peer learning, capacity, collaboration, and evaluation to advance initiatives that promote innovation and promote entrepreneurship. The network will strengthen entrepreneurial ecosystems within and around universities, and I'm very glad that some of the IAU partners, including KCA University, are part of this network and will continue some of the work that we are funding through the Kenya National Innovation Agency. Really what I'm trying to say here is that we are in this for the long game. and there isn't one size fits all approach. I know I'm speaking very much to the institution. We still have some of your leaders in the room today, and I'm grateful that they have made the time. These are the conversations that we are having, as I said earlier, with your Vice Chancellor, so on and so forth. And I'm very much looking forward to hearing how this week progresses so that KCA University continues to be a leading force in higher education in Kenya, especially as increasing demands are placed upon the sector from governments, from industry, and from yourselves, from the students, to deliver an educational experience that prepares you as a student for a world of work that's changing faster than myself, when I was in your shoes, would have imagined. On behalf of the British Council, I would like to reassure you of our commitment to continuing this important work in the years to come for the mutual benefit of young people and our societies at large. I would like to congratulate the KCA University staff once again for this week, and I would like to congratulate all the students who have the ability to attend this prestigious institution and learn as part of your day-to-day courses, but also learn from what this week of events is going to showcase for you. So on my behalf, once again, many thanks, and be reassured that our partnership will continue. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. She deserves a better round of applause. Let's give her a better round of applause, please. That is none other than Monica Blagescu. I try to improve on that engagement every time we meet, and learning continues. She has raised fundamental issues, and she indeed has set the ball rolling. And one of the things that clearly she has indicated is the commitment of the British Council to young people with regard to creation of solutions to potential challenges, to support these young people. She has talked about being proud of the collaboration between the British Council and KCA University in setting goals that nurture entrepreneurs as well as great innovators. And of course, talking about entrepreneurship hubs for technology and innovation. And finally, she has indicated the commitment by British Council to partner with universities in terms of the growth of both local and national innovation systems. And through this, Innovation for Africa Universities program has been launched. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in putting our hands together to celebrate Monica and to thank her for that very great submission. And Monica, we want to give Monica flowers, very beautiful, nice flowers. Can we mold the flowers? Can we mold the flowers? Let's mold the flowers. Let's mold these flowers. Mold them nicely. Now Monica is watching. Please mold those flowers nicely. Mold them nicely. Let's give Monica the flowers. Thank you very, very, very much. Let's give a round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to go through the next session. I would want to request this podium to be removed because we are moving to the next phase of our program, and indeed the ball has been set rolling. We have had these conversations from morning, and Monica has actually ignited this conversation, and we can see where we are moving and the direction we are going. So ladies and gentlemen, the tone was set right from the morning. And before Monica leaves, just to know, we understand what is happening, Monica, and we really, really appreciate. We were not very sure whether you would make it. But, now at least we have an idea on how much you value us. Once again, can we give a round of applause? Allow me to introduce, we're going into a panel conversation. And I want to introduce a gentleman. This gentleman is an associate professor of business research methods and entrepreneurship at the School of Business, KCA University, and currently serving as the Director of Quality Assurance. He is a Doctor of Management graduate from Weatherhead School of Management, Case Western Reserve University in Ohio. He is an alumnus of DAD, International Dean's Leadership course. This gentleman has led projects and conducted research in areas of entrepreneurship, small business management, and young or youth engagement with cooperatives in Kenya. The gentleman has published numerous papers in peer-refereed journals like the Journal of Small Business Management, the Case Focus Journal, among many others. And he has presented papers in international peer-refereed conferences, including Africa Academy of Management, American Education Research, among others. He is a scholar and has been a member of the board of Peer Reviewers Journal of Entrepreneurship Education, JAA, a peer reviewer of Journal of Business Ethics, editor of KCA Journal of Business Management. The gentleman is a member of Insurance Regulatory Authority Research Review Board of Kenya. He is a founder, member, and official of the Private Universities Research Consortium of Kenya, and he is the co-investigator of the co-production for youth entrepreneurship in Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, help me in welcoming none other than Professor Renson Mushiri Mwangi. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, it is again my honor to introduce to you a distinguished scholar and an associate professor for IT security. He is the current dean of the School of Informatics and Innovative Systems at Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology, famously known as JOST. He is the former adjunct lecturer at the University of Commonwealth, Caribbean in Jamaica, visiting professor of computer information systems, DeVry University, North Carolina, USA, assistant professor of computer information systems, Livingston College, North Carolina. He is a widely published, having published in more than 40 peer-refereed journals and over attending 20 conference proceedings. He has supervised more than 8 PhDs and 12 master's students to completion. He is an external examiner for several universities in Kenya. He is currently the principal investigator of the British Council-sponsored TransCIIT project to build institutional capacity for higher education engagement in entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystem. And finally, he has served in different capacities, including chair, Senate Ad Hoc Committee on ERP, chair Senate Ad Hoc Committee on e-learning, and chair Webometrics Ranking Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my singular honor to introduce my professor because I take PhD in IT security and audit. He took me in a unit, a marathon gentleman, Professor Solomon Ogara. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I want to introduce a gentleman. David is a holder, a Bachelor of Technology in Electrical and Electronics Engineering, as well as Programmable Logics Control from the Technical University of Kenya. This gentleman is an accelerator manager at the Accelerating Entrepreneurship Support in Universities in Kenya project. He is a faculty member at Riara University in the School of Computing Sciences, holds a wealth of experience in information, technology, engineering, and control systems. He is passionate about innovation, entrepreneurship, mentorship, and has been involved in many projects and involved in system development, SACCO paradigm. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Mr. David Kiprop. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to also bring to you a lady. You know, too much of gentlemen now. Gender has to be balanced. We have a lady, associate professor of marketing management and branding at the University of Nairobi. She is a member of the Academy of International Business at Michigan State University. She is also a member of the Marketing Society of Kenya. Professor is a certified applied axiologist and trimetric analyst. She is a reviewer for the Department of Business Administration Journal, University of Nairobi, is a reviewer for the Academy of International Business Sub-Sahara Africa conference papers, and has supervised over 4 PhDs, over 150 master's students. She is a member of Educational Board, African International Business Management Journal, a peer reviewer journal of School of Business, University of Nairobi, which she is head of publicity. Ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together for Professor Mary Kinoti. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll introduce the last of this panel. Is a gentleman who is an associate professor of computer science, network incentivize design and human-centered computing in the Department of Computing Sciences, School of Information Science and Technology at the Kisii University. She's done his research interests are responsible computing, human-centered computing, e-systems, and green computing. He is the Kenya project lead for the carbon literacy for youth employability and job creation in which is implemented in Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria, UK, that is funded by the British Council. Ladies and gentlemen, he has a huge CV. Allow me to welcome none other than Professor Frederick Mzee Owor, who is joining us virtually. Let's give him a round of applause. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, this great panel is in the hands of a gentleman who is a certified financial consultant and a holder of PhD in finance. He is currently serving as the director of Kisii University Town Campus, senior lecturer of financial management in the School of Business at Kisii University. He is a reviewer for the Commission for University Education, serving as an external examiner for many universities. A researcher par excellence with an interest in the areas of corporate finance, behavioral finance, and development finance dynamics, has made remarkable contributions. Again, he has a very long CV. He is a gentleman, he is a leader, he is a driver. Our moderator for this session is none other than Dr. Ibrahim Tirimba Ondabu, who just touched down this morning. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Give him a round of applause, please. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. On that note, I want to hand over this very able panel to Dr. Tirimba. Please take it home.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony, for the great opportunity, the great introduction. Allow me to now welcome you officially to our panel discussion on reimagining and reconfiguring employability of university graduates, learning from Innovation for African Universities IAU program. Already my great panelists who are here, they have been introduced. And, they are distinguished men, ladies and gentlemen, who have made a difference in the world. And more importantly, they have been involved in a number of projects which are sponsored by the British Council, especially the IAU nature of projects. At this point, I want to bring on board to you my panelists. I know one of us is joining virtually. That is Prof. Dr. Frederick Mzee Award, whom from the introduction you might have noted that he's having 2 PhD programs already finished. That is why we call him Dr. Frederick Mzee Award. At this point, again, I want to therefore move directly, starting my far right, to request David Kirop to tell us briefly about himself, the work that is currently in. Welcome, David.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. We are truly honored to be here at KCA. Thank you so much for the leadership. We thank the partnership, and we really thank you students and audience for joining us today. Ours is to come here and tell you a story of an initiative that we started at Triara University. My name is David Kirop, a faculty member at the School of Computing Sciences and an accelerator manager. At Triara University, we are establishing a virtual accelerator, a platform that we believe it will make a difference going forward. When looking at the change-making journey from when a student is joining our campus, from the first year, second year, all the way to the 4th year, the time they are graduating, we like to create this ecosystem of enterprising students who are change makers in the society. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, David. Allow me to move to each and every one of them. Now let's hear from very own Prof. Solomon from Jaramogi Oginga University. Tell us briefly about yourself and the project that you are involved in, the work.
Yeah, thank you very much for this particular opportunity. Again, it's a pleasure to be here at KCA. As a matter of fact, I think it's my first time being here at KCA. And of course, I do have close friends. Prof on my left here is a very close friend. And my colleague who happens to be the director of the Innovation Center, that's correct? Yeah, manager, yes. A very close friend of ours and also a family friend. We've known ourselves for years. And I just want to take this opportunity, number one, to thank the British Council through the IAU, Innovation for African Universities, for supporting our project through the funding that we've received in 3 phases. Allow me again to, I don't have to introduce myself, I've been introduced. But the project is called Transit. That's acronym, TRANS, then CIIT. Okay. Transit stands for Transforming Climate Innovation Ecosystems through Inclusive Disciplinarity or Transdisciplinarity. I know it's a very long word. And sometimes the question that comes is, what's really the significance of this? Each and every one of them has an importance, and allow me to say that we are looking at what we call the climate ecosystem in terms of who the actors are, and what we have in mind here are, number one, the youth, number two, what we call the female actors, because one of the things that we are cognizant about is that they have actually left behind in the world of innovation. So we're looking at how then can we walk along with them. The other issue has been this idea about the gap that exists between university and industry. And for those of us from academia, the notion has been that In academia, we do our own things and we are not in alignment or in tandem with what is going on in industry. And industry says, you know what, we are way many years behind in terms of the expectations. So really what our goal was to look at ways that we can actually bridge this particular gap, looking at the existing opportunities in the ecosystem. So when we talk about inclusivity, what we are talking about here is the aspect of bringing in youth and the women on board. When we talk about transdisciplinarity, we are talking about looking at the expansive ecosystem. In this ecosystem are those from academia, those bring research, the students like you, because in a project we're targeting master students. We have the policy makers, we have people from the community. How then do we bring, then of course we have the entrepreneurs. How then do we bring these people together in a way that, number one, we can find ways to do a matchmaking. Really, it's about a matchmaking between the students from the universities and the entrepreneurs, and how then can we scale these up at the institutional level and at the national level so that the policy makers can actually take these up, so that ultimately our ultimate goal not only to produce a service, but also to make it a policy issue for our country's development in line with the 17 SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof, for that detailed description of the project that we're currently undertaking, the Transit In project. And at this point, again, let me invite our very own Prof. Mwangi Mishiri to tell us briefly about himself and the work he's involved in, including a few issues about the project, especially the project that is involved in. How has it been faring? Welcome, Prof.
Thank you. Thank you. I think I don't want to repeat my name because it's been said, and about myself, Dr. Mr. Rogers Abongo did a fabulous job. We are working on a project entitled Co-Production for Youth Entrepreneurship in Kenya. We call it COPIEC in short. And we are collaborating with the Youth Enterprise Development Fund and also the University of Nottingham from United Kingdom. As Monica was giving a speech, she explained how the arrangement in the projects was made. So each project has to have an industrial player and a local university and an international university from United Kingdom. And that is how we were working. Now, concerning our project, we were more, and we still are, concerned with the learning that takes place. And my colleague, Professor Ogara, has alluded to it, that learning is taking place in class. But we are still having employers saying that our graduates are half-baked. And the other one is our students are struggling to get work. And the question we asked ourselves, how can the learning that we are delivering to our students be converted to a product that these students can use for them to create employment for themselves, instead of just waiting to be employed, or even to have the requisite skills that employers want, so that they are able to get that employment that they need, at least to create a livelihood for themselves. So our question is about how we transform entrepreneurship learning into practice and help young people to create their own businesses and be able to be entrepreneurial in their thinking, including when you're being employed. An employer wants to employ a student or a worker who will be able to be quick in thinking, making decisions, will be able to communicate. And these are skills that we noticed that are missing within among our university graduates. But as we delved into the problem, we realized the problem is not necessarily our students. The problems also lie somewhere else, and that might be in the purview of our own, we professors, the way we are teaching our students. the way we are delivering knowledge, so that our students are not able to connect with the reality of what we are telling them. So we asked ourselves, what can be done to help? And one of the things that we noticed is that when we come to class to teach our students, is that the examples we use for them is Safaricom, which is good. It is Equity, okay? It is some multinational out there, JP, Chase Morgan and other. But the reality of our economy is that the place that is generating jobs for our youth are the micro and small, medium enterprises. In our classroom interaction with the students, we are not actually connecting our students with that. We are not bringing the students to the reality of these small micro enterprises. And you will hear some stories here. My colleague, Professor Ogara will be telling you some stories, and also ourselves, how we are working with this to be able to bridge that gap. Because what we are asking ourselves is, how then can we connect the classroom to the practice? That is our question. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much. Very briefly, let's hear from Prof. Mary Kinoti. Tell us briefly about yourself and about the work you do, the projects that you're currently involved in.
Okay, thank you very much. As you heard, my name is Professor Mary Kinoti. I teach at the University of Nairobi. We now call it Faculty of Business and Management Sciences, but previously it was called School of Business. So I'm an associate professor there of marketing, but also at the University of Nairobi, I also have an administrative role, and the role I have is the Director Innovation and Intellectual Property Management Office. The office at the University of Nairobi is mandated to support students, to support staff who are coming up in the innovation, to capacity build them, protect their IPs, intellectual property rights, and also to commercialize, to ensure that once the student and the staff come up with their innovation, it's not only protected, but they are guided to what we say from the lab, to the journey from the lab to the market. And I want to say, University of Nairobi being the market leader, or being the oldest of all the university, we are very, very committed to read in that space of innovation and entrepreneurship, and that's why the university really supports staff, students to innovate and also commercialize their innovation. So having said that, the reason why I'm here, I was the principal investigator of this project we are calling Innovation for African University. So Innovation for African University project was funded by the British Council. You've already seen Monica Bradjesco, who was here. So the British Council really funded that project. That project ran in 5 countries. So Kenya is one of them. And the people you are seeing here are representing Kenyan projects that were implemented under Innovation for African University. We also have Nigeria. Nigeria, we had also projects learning there in various university. We also had a project from Ghana. So there are various universities in Ghana who are still implementing Innovation for African University projects. And of course, we have South Africa. There are 7 projects also that were running there. So I want to just give you a broad overview of what Innovation for African University program or project was all about. We partnered with a UK university known as City University of London to actually to bid for that big grant. And we also partnered with what we call innovation and entrepreneurial ecosystem prayer, what Professor Renson called industrial prayer, and the organization we partners with was called the Change School. The model was to bring together, so it was a very innovative model because we are talking about innovation here. It was to bring a university from Kenya or from sub-Saharan Africa. It was to bring in industry prayer, and it was to partner with a university in UK. So basically, we won that big grant, and then our role was to implement that grant in sub-Saharan Africa. So what we did after we won the grant, we actually made calls in Nigeria, in Kenya, in Ghana, and in South Africa. So in Kenya, I don't want to dwell in other countries. In Kenya, we had 5 projects. Kenyan had applied like 50, about 60 people had applied, but only 5 universities won to be able to implement that project, Innovation for African University in Kenya. So what I would say, that project running in 4 African countries, the innovation stories, if I was given a whole day, I'll give you the innovation stories from South Africa, what they were able to do within a span of less than 2 years. I'll tell you the innovation stories of Ghana, university, Nigeria, and because our 5 universities, our 5 teams that won in Kenya here, they'll give you their innovation story. What was the purpose of that Innovation for African University? And because I'm talking to the young people, this was a project that was aimed to catalyze entrepreneurial mindset, entrepreneurial thinking among the academia in sub-Saharan Africa, as well as the student. Because I know even here in KCA and all the other universities that participated, there are students who have benefited from Innovation for African University. So in a very broad way, it was a big, huge project that was implemented in 4 countries. We had actually 24 projects learning in all those 4 countries. I'll add there, probably I can give you more detail later. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I want to believe that we are getting a lot of new insight about the various projects that they have been involved in, and especially Prof. Kinoti has gone far to tell us more about the collaboration bit, that you cannot be able to do it alone. This journey, you need to work together and especially get the strategic partnership. Like for them, they were able to get 2 very strategic partners, the City University of London and the Innovation Entrepreneurial Industry Player, in order for them to be able to manage to get these particular grants. That out of 50 universities which applied, only 5 in Kenya were privileged to get this particular grant, a very great opportunity, which does not just come like that. It requires partnership. It requires for you to be able to get the right team and to be able to work on it. I don't know if we have been joined by our online virtual panelists. We were expecting Prof. Frederick Mzee War. Yeah, Prof. Doctor, welcome on board. Kindly tell us briefly about yourself, the project which you have been involved in, and the key partnership that you've had.
Thank you so much. You can hear me?
We can hear you. Prof, welcome.
Yes, thank you. So first, I'm grateful and thankful for the invitation to this amazing conference or Innovation Week. It's quite beautiful, and apologies again that I couldn't be able to attend in person. But thanks to technology, I can attend. It's because I'm also holding office of the DVC in charge of finance and planning, and so I couldn't be away because I'm supposed to be here handle a few issues today because of council matters. So apologies for that. Now, back to the question that you've asked me. It's quite interesting. When the call was made, then what caught to attention were things that are affecting us in Kenya here. One of them is climate change, and the other thing is employment for the young people. So as a university, we train these amazing graduates. Getting a job is a problem. And that is kind of like twofold. Either the skill sets that we equip them with at the university does not seem to meet what the job market needs, or we are producing more graduates than the job market can accommodate. So then that gives us the three problems. And so with colleagues, player in Durban, South Africa, and of course a UK partner university, Sheffield Hallam, we argue that how about we handle climate change by training the learners or the students, creating carbon literacy capacity among the students, but then use this knowledge to see if they could use this menace caused by climate change to create employment, and also to build in them capacity for job creation and have employability skills. So we then work on a project that we're calling Carbon Literacy for Youth Employability and Job Creation. So in this project, just a small highlight, our basically objective was to, you can hear me?
We can hear.
Thank you. So basically our main objective was to how do we enhance the capacity of the sub-Saharan Africa students cutting across Nigeria, Kenya, and South Africa to be able to explore the opportunities that exist in the green innovation and entrepreneurship for employability and to enhance the job creation. And so the other thing then was, as we in the university, then what is our capacity? How do we set our capacity in the high institutions to be able to integrate the carbon literacy for green innovation and entrepreneurship as part of the curriculum or of the training, and also mainstream it in our research and innovation agenda to be able to build capacity among the students and even among the faculty to leverage the carbon literacy, the menace that's creating from the climate change, and do something meaningful from it. If you are having, for instance, plastics bottles available, then what could be the business angle or perspective out of this? If you are thinking of eucalyptus being grown, being planted along the riverbeds, like in Kisi here, then what option do we have? Can we do tree nurseries for the indigenous trees, and then empower the capacity of the students to train the locals that this is a better tree, and while doing this, be able to create some jobs. So that basically was the general spectrum of our project in this call, and I'll be sharing more about it later on.
Thank you, Prof, for that sharing. I believe we've been able to especially get to pick on the key objective that the project wanted to achieve. Later on, we probably will be finding out how far you've been able to achieve them. At this point, let me go back to Prof. Mary Kinoti to find out from her more about the project which you are the PA, the IAU project. You've talked about the partnership, the collaboration. Tell us briefly, what has been the most rewarding experience you've had working in that project? And what are the key things that you have been able to learn, which you'll want to share with us for us to be able to pick on, especially many people who are here, they are prospective and the current researchers who might want to explore part of those areas.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I want to say one of the most rewarding experience, learning a project with partners from the UK, 2 partners from the UK, implementing this project across 4 contexts. My rewarding moment is that I realize, as our moderator said here, partnership is key. You cannot implement a project of that magnitude without partners from various contexts. So one of the take home, because I find a lot of time in our context, we want to work alone. Working alone has got its shortcoming because you may not have all the resources you need to implement your solution, even if it's an innovative solution. So just not to repeat myself, partnership. Another rewarding experience for me was learning from different contexts. Because this is a project we implemented during COVID, you hear the stories from Nigeria, and you hear the stories from Ghana, you hear the stories from South Africa, and because I'm in the Kenyan context, I know our stories. What actually I realized, we share the common stories. If you go to Nigeria, the population is even very big compared to us. So the stories that there is high unemployment is still in Nigeria, it's in South Africa, it's in Ghana, as it is in Kenya. So as we sit here as Kenyan students and Kenyan academia, let us appreciate the challenge of unemployment. It is an African phenomenon. So what we did in that project in Nigeria, in those 4 contexts, we tried to come up with the solutions, and the students were involved. Because every university, the solution they were coming up with, they were supposed to involve their students. So we did learn that the best solution that we can come up with, there are solutions that are contextual. We have been going through the innovations that are being exhibited. I'm happy to say, you see this bracelet I'm wearing here? I've just promoted one of the innovator. And this girl told me this is something that they make here. So what I'm going to say is that we contextualize solution in our project in Nigeria, because the Nigerians understand their problem, and they are the only one who can come up with innovative solutions that speak to their contextual problem. We came here to Kenya, and the projects are all represented here. This project came up with solutions that are contextual to Kenya. Professor Mushiri said that one of the challenge the project, I call it co-production, was trying to solve is the gap between our graduate and the industry. a story is told that our graduates are very good intellectually. You agree with me? Very good. You ask every student who graduates from my university, University of Nairobi, who graduates from KCA. In fact, my son is a student here. Nipigieni makofi. I decided it's good also to corroborate that way. So what I was saying, that co-production identified, our students are so bright. If you ask a student, what are the problems in Kenya? And graduate, they will enumerate them. But you take them to industry, there is a problem. You take them to run a business, there is a problem. So the solution they came up with is actually to capacity build the student from the university so that they can understand better how industry work. They can understand better how entrepreneurship work. So just to stop, I want to say, the young students, you have what it takes to innovate. What you just need to do, because that is what I learned in all those 4 contexts, you just need to understand what are the pain points of our community, and then innovate around the pain point of our community. Because if you innovate around the pain point of our community, when that innovation goes to market, they will be able to buy it because it will be solving their pain points. When you talk about business and talk about pain points, it's like when you are sick. You want the drug to buy medicine that will just go directly to where you are feeling pain and cure you. And I want to emphasize this before I give the mic. We live in this country, we see our challenges, we see what we struggle with. Whether you are talking about women, whether you are talking about youth, whether you are talking about the whole country. Identify that pain, for instance, the farmer go through. Identify the pain, probably a hospital go through. Then come up with a solution. Having said that, you'll have the ready market.
Thank you so much.
So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. I believe as part of parting shot from Prof here, we have been able to pick that partnership is very important. It is key as part of you working together as in a particular project. Shared stories, again, become very important. You need to look at how you are going to partner with different people from different countries whom you can be able to attest that you have got a shared history. Solution contextualization, again, very important. African problem can only be solved by African solution. And therefore, we do not require a lot of things from out there. We require to probably benchmark. We require to look at how things are being done. But eventually, African problem require African solution. Now, at this point, let me move to Prof. Mushiri Mwangi. Tell us briefly about the level of attainment of your project objectives, and again, one thing which you'll want the audience to remember about your project.
Thank you, Dr. Tirimba. I want to say, first of all, that Professor Kenoti was our principal of the principal. So we are principals of our small projects, but he is the main principal of the whole African project. Innovation for African Universities project had 24 projects, the 5 represented here, and others she has mentioned. Now she was in charge of all the 24. So that's why you see she's dwelling on the bigger picture. Now, for our project, which is co-production for youth entrepreneurship, and one of the things that we realized is, like when even we are developing curriculum, we realized that we hardly consulted. Like if we had the curriculum for the entrepreneurship, what is it that the youth need? And what we did, we went out there and we talked to young people who are doing business and who have completed university or college. And we asked them to tell us about how the education they obtained has helped them and what they found not to be working. And they gave us quite a big list, a list of that. So with that then, we came up with a number of things. We decided that it was important that we review KCA's university curriculum for entrepreneurship. And also, as I said earlier, we realized the problem also, as professors have got a problem, the way we are delivering. So we came up with a project of also intervention of training our members of our academic staff in active or student-centered that would help the students to be active learners. They are not just copying notes, but you are active learners. And we are continuing with that project. I'm happy that KCA University took up the project as we did a small scale, and the university took up the project through the Center for Teaching and Learning, Center for Teaching and Learning Excellence, and they have done some good work. They have already trained over 115 members of our faculty. What we need to do now, the discussion we'll be having with the center, is how we do the monitoring and evaluation to be sure that whatever is learned is also permeating into the classes. We also looked at the Youth Enterprise Development Fund. And those of you, many of you here are young people. And I don't know whether many of you have heard about the Youth Enterprise Development Fund. If you are youth and you want to start a business, the Youth Enterprise Development Fund is a vehicle that was set up by the government to help the youth set up small enterprises and to help those enterprises to grow. And so we partnered with them, one, because of their countrywide outreach. They're in the 47 counties. And two, because they're focusing on the youth. Their recipients actually are our students or those who have just graduated. And so we partnered with them. Now, when we went through them, of course, we were partnering with our University of Nottingham. And when we looked at the curriculum, whatever they were taking there, when they give you some loan, they want to take you through some trainings, how you can succeed in business. And when we went through, we were taken through certain methods of learning and curriculum content. They actually just threw away they tore it apart, the curriculum. They just threw it away and had to develop a brand new curriculum so that they can make a curriculum and a training curriculum for entrepreneurship of those people who are taking loans from them that is actually speaking to what the youth are experiencing when they are learning their business. And out of that, that they did and finished last year, they have already rolled it out now. And out of that, we have had 22,500 youths across Kenya who have approached Youth Enterprise Development Fund for financial assistance to run their business. They have been trained. And I would also encourage the young people who are here, and I know most of you are trying to look for ways to hustle here and there. Just go look for Youth Enterprise Development Fund. And the other thing is that we also realize that there are people who are actually facilitating the training while also had not been well equipped. So they also went through some training. We did capacity build, 95 of them across 47 counties. And this one we did through the Trainer of Trainers workshop. And as I said, we have revamped KCA curriculum. It is in the process. And we are looking for quite an enterprising one, which actually challenges the models of the way we assess students, where we are asking questions. Do we really need to assess our students by telling them, sit for this cut and recall so many questions? Are there other ways we can be able to assess students? And we'll come to that. And then through that, we are also able to train over 30 of our members of faculty on participatory and active learning methodologies. And through that, we also trained them on how to develop curriculum, the way you go through, and they applied that knowledge to now revamp and to come up with a curriculum for entrepreneurship for KCA. We also now thought, how do we connect the young people who are learning in class with the entrepreneurs? So when we go to the entrepreneurs, we realize maybe you have done IT and you have started your business as a young person that relates to IT. So you are good at that. But look, you don't have knowledge on marketing. You don't have knowledge on how to do your books, how financial management, business management. And you can go to school and learn all that. But an easier way is where you can do some collaboration. So what we did is we have come up with what we call the Youth Entrepreneurship Resource Hub. It's an online platform where our young students who are learning and who are interested in getting more knowledge on how small and medium enterprises work, they can register. And we are working with we have already connected with a few of our students. They register and they group themselves, so you can be the marketing club. So if an enterprise will also register in that platform, and they will say their needs, and they can look at the list of the students who have registered and other mentors, not just students. It's open to students and mentors who want to help small enterprises owned by young people to grow. So when they list their areas of strength, then the person on the enterprise also registers, and then they can just select. They can decide, oh, I need help on marketing. So they can decide to select a person, as whether it's a student or a mentor, and then they select, and then they can connect. And that platform, we part of it, we did our part, but we have also borrowed, especially the part for matching. We have borrowed it from what JUST University has done, so we didn't have to reinvent the wheel. As we said, we are a team of projects, so we are also working together and trying to blend our knowledge. And so with that now, what you learn in class in accounting, you can go and register and be able to connect with an enterprise, and you help somebody who is doing running a small enterprise somewhere in Mathare or somewhere in Kisumu, and you work together and help them to learn how to put books together in a very easy way. And so those are the things that we have done. What are my joys? My joys are that the power that I've seen of this. I can say all this we have done could not have happened. One, with the help of British Council. Two, with the Center of Excellence, where Professor Kenoti is the principal investigator. And three, without the collaboration with the partnership with the Youth Enterprise Development Fund, with the University of Nottingham. It has helped us so much because we have been able to do much more than what we could do. Right now, we are at KCA University where we are at an accelerated pace because of this partnership. And we have seen our plans even for becoming an innovation hub in this republic is going to be actualized faster than what we could have done had we not
Thank you so much, Prof.
Participate in this program. Thank you.
I believe we've all been able to pick that this project, COPIEC, they are remembered creating an impact, empowerment of both students and faculty, bridging the gap between industry and academia, especially by connecting our students to the very already available entrepreneurs in the market who can be able to work with them in that journey. Very briefly, because of time, Prof. Ogara, kindly tell us very briefly the project that you are involved in, Transit in. All right. Transit. Yeah, sure. Okay, that project you're involved in, Transit, kindly tell us very briefly, how has it been able to bridge the gap between academia and the industry? Very briefly, kindly.
Allow me just to recognize our partners. And building on what my colleagues have already talked about, we also partnered with other institutions. One was University of Sussex in the UK. That was through Dr. Brian. Then there was University of Johannesburg, South Africa, Professor Kremambula and Professor Hanlin. The Kenya Climate Innovation Center based at Strathmore University, and the African Center of Technology Study through Dr. Ann Kingiri, and the other side, Mr. Anis Chitehi. So we were working on this particular project. Now, back to your question. Our project was quite interesting, and by the way, among the 24 projects, we won the best technology. And that particular technology or web-based application is actually available. We have the open source, it's an open source application available to anybody because it was sponsored by the British Council. Therefore, in terms of the IP, we've left it open. Anybody can adopt it, can use it, and customize it. But here is what is happening. We wanted to really, the notion that there is this bridge between, and it's been talked about, I don't want to repeat it, the industry and academia. And that has been the notion for many years. I think we just wanted to showcase that indeed that may not necessarily be true, as my colleague have already mentioned, that there's immense in terms of innovative capability, ideation, and the skills and the talent among our students. The only problem is not well aligned. And the reason being because of the gap that exists between industry and academia. So how did we go about this? JUST, as we call it, where from, we decided to recruit master students. We were targeting specifically master students. I reached out to deans of various schools. It was easy for me being a dean as well. And so I didn't tell the student what this was about and that there was actually a remuneration attached to this. So I reached out to all school students from biological, agriculture, those from engineering, technology, and then from my school IT, and then from the School of Business. And so what was happening here is that we started during the COVID time, we did this online, but later on we were able to go physically. The idea was to bring together the entrepreneurs. Kenya Climate Innovation Center has a database of over 3,000 startup organizations, okay? These are startups. Some of them are just recent university graduates. So we wanted to partner with them and find a way of linking our students with the entrepreneurs based on the matching of the skills. So the idea was that the entrepreneurs they say their business needs, they declare their business needs, okay? Then the students also declare their skills, and then we see if there's a match. So before this application was built, this was done in an online environment where we essentially brought them online, then we created rooms, and then the entrepreneurs we selected, we began with about 10 that we chose through the Kenya Climate Innovation Center. We picked on about 8 students from my university, masters specifically, from different disciplines. So then the entrepreneurs would say what their business needs are. Some of them wanted somebody to help them with developing a business plan. Some of them with the registration. Some of them with alcohol production. Some of them with certain things such as having a social media presence, building a web application. The needs were varying and were quite a number. So they would identify a student who has a skill in that particular area. Then once they two were matched, then they would begin communicating outside of that particular platform. As I speak now, there are some of those entrepreneurs that ended up engaging our students. As I'm talking now, some of those students have become partners with those particular organizations or startup companies. So that is what this model is about. So the application, so to say, is an application that allows entrepreneurs and the students to be matched. And we are thinking this can be taken to a different context altogether. And one of the things we had in mind, and I thought this could be applicable at the university, when students go for industrial attachment, for example, you know, we just randomly, we ask students, I don't know how it's done in KCA, but because of the big number of students going for attachment, many times we leave it to the student to figure out where to get attachment. And to be honest, I have seen when I go for attachment, and some of you can bear me witness, you find students who are there as tea servers. There's really not much they are really gaining from that particular attachment. And so the question we are asking ourselves, is there a way that we can even push this application to that level where when students are going for attachment, for example, we can identify organization, look at the skills they need, then the skills of our students, so that if you're in business, IT, whichever area, you go to the right place so that you're able to apply those particular skills. I think that is what this is about.
Thank you so much, Prof, for that. Again, talking about impact, and the impacts, entrepreneurship, connecting between students and those who are already in the industry, matching the needs of both of them for mutual benefits. That's quite fantastic. Now, let me move to David Kirop. Briefly tell us about your project in terms of the impact it has been able to create to young people, especially employability.
Thank you so much. ISU, Accelerating Entrepreneurship Support in Universities in Kenya, is a partnership project among Riara University, the Open University in UK, Ashoka East Africa, and ATPS, African Technology Policy Studies. So if you look at the same model where we have partners locally here and partners in UK, we are looking at synergy. And this synergy is creating a unique platform for the students. Imagine having a student who has a very unique idea. They may think the idea is not transformative, but given a chance, given a way in which they can align their professional identity to their passion, I can tell you they can make a huge difference. Like recently, we had students pitching their ideas to investors, and some investors across African continent are investing in their businesses. And just having started from a class project and then transitioning it into a real viable business product or a service. So for us, it has been a great experience, a platform, looking at the synergy between the different partners, among the partners, like for example, focusing just on this specific item on professional identity, having this idea, and then someone walks with you, holds your hand, just getting to know your strengths, your passion, what you empathize with, and just getting to know this strength. And then later, linking you with mentors, linking you with professionals, linking you with someone who can invest in your business. What can stop you from making a difference? It's just in line with what Riara University is doing. If you look at the core purpose of Riara University is empowering lives, impacting communities. It's in line also with what the VC normally says. Let me never hear Riara University students saying serikali's idea. Okay? We can be the job creators. We can be the people who are creating these things that make a difference in the society. Our website is riarauniversity.ac.ke/ISU. Go read more and just listen to these stories of young entrepreneurs making a difference. So we believe as young people, as ecosystem, if we come together, there's nothing that can stop us. So never sit on your idea, challenge conventions and make a difference. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, David, for that. We are getting more about job creation. That let not our students just graduate and start looking for employment. They can be able to create employment. University right now, they are able to link up our students to be able to start up their own enterprise and to be able to grow up together with already established industry leaders. And I believe that is the direction that we want to take and we should take as a country. And that is quite futuristic, especially looking at the high rate of unemployment we are having in our country, Kenya. My very last panel question goes to Prof. Frederick Ward. Kindly, very briefly, tell us, in the project that you are involved in, tell us one thing which you want to be remembered for. What impact creation will you be remembered for, even long gone after the project?
Long gone after the project. I think for us, the one thing that you are proud of is the fact that we have had youths who have gone through the toolkit that you developed. It was carbon literacy for job creation toolkit, training toolkit. And with this, then we have seen young people coming up with very innovative ideas that are leveraging the mitigation of effects of climate change. So building a green business was quite interesting, seeing students coming up with the bottle project, or plastic bottle projects, or coming up with the tree planting for indigenous trees was quite interesting. But something else also is that we then came up with a toolkit to enable sub-Saharan African countries or learning institutions to offer this kind of a training to be sure that you can, as we educate our students in the university, we also bring them up to speed with the climate change and the opportunities that they can exploit in this. And in that regard, then there was something else that again was quite interesting that I think we want to carry forward with us, is the fact that in this, as Professor Kinoti had mentioned earlier on, that we need to break the boundaries and work as a team. In that spirit, then we've been able to get a couple of students, about 6 students, going for the postgraduates just within this consortium, sponsored by the consortium, to be able to build capacity in Africa on the green computing and green innovation towards entrepreneurship. So as a parting shot, I think from my end, I would say that there's too much that still needs to be done in regard to mainstreaming carbon literacy in the curriculum and green innovation in the curriculum, so that we go beyond teaching somebody how amazing programming is and how you can get a job if you're a programmer, but also explain the student to the learner the effect or the impact of the program they're developing in regard to the environment. And so they could also look at how can we have sustainable project or business amidst the climate change, and could that be also an opportunity for creating employment? And so there is this good story then that the few who have been able to exploit that direction then can share, that we are hoping to share with the community. And of course, these materials are available for free download. So if you go to KISS University website or Durban University of Technology in South Africa website, this material are available. We can download and we can share the story.
Thank you, Prof, for that very wonderful highlight. Building a green community empowerment in terms of capacity building, integrating into the curriculum green computing and green innovation. Very wonderful. We've come to the very moment of the day when now we want to open it up to our dear audience to pose a few questions. We want to take a maximum of 3 because of time. You know, we are talking about the British Council sponsored projects, and you're aware that the royal family is currently in the country, and a few of us are going to have some dinner with them. So because of those preparation and very many other plans for the day, we'll wish to just allow 3 questions from the audience. But again, the team here will be able to interact with you even in the course of the day on one-to-one kind of it. Let me find out. Anyone with a question?
Maybe moderator will take 2 questions with your permission. Okay, we have a hand there.
And we will request that you be very brief and direct to the point kindly.
And kindly, it's also important to mention to who that question is directed, if it's general or whether it's specific.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, my name is Mongala Krema. I'm a co-founder at Limaplan. It's an agri-tech startup. I'm currently a student here. I wanted to ask Prof, as in you're saying that you're revamping our university curriculum. How can it be made? How can it be made to compete like with people like Moringa School? You see how those guys, once they are done, they are job ready, and like us who have to go an extra mile outside the class in order to be job ready.
Thank you. Before that, let's take the next question, then I will be able to have the response to both of them.
Yes, we had a hand here. Let me see the hands. 1, 2. There was one there. So let's take them real quick. A microphone.
Microphones here.
So, okay, fine. So we'll only take those 2 others, plus this one. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dennis Otieno. I'm a student here. I have a question to Professor Mushiri. So my question is, as students, there was a report that was released by USUDI, that is an employability company. They said once the skills that are needed in the market, they change averagely 2 years. They update after every 2 years. But in school, we take 4 years of study, that is, we are doing a bachelor's degree. So my question is, how can we incorporate the syllabus we are doing so that once you complete school, you don't be trained again? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very important question. Yes, there's a hand here. Then we move. I'm wondering, ladies are not asking questions.
Hello.
Go ahead.
I'm Brian, a student at Murang'a University of Technology. And my question goes to Professor Mwangi Mchiri. Based on the revision of the curricula, is there a board that is coming up that it will actually be implemented to all the university if there's a change in the curricula? Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Alvin, a former student at KCA. I have a question for Prof. Mushiri again concerning the COPIEC project. So what does it, but you haven't mentioned the part of the incubation which I heard that was to take place after the program is over, and how is it going to be after the program, and access to maybe investors after pitching your idea, how to proceed from there? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
The last, let's take that gentleman's hand has been up. Let's take that one. Is there a lady? Last chance. Is there a lady who would want to ask a question?
We can check with our technical team if we have got anyone watching online who might be having a question, especially a lady, if any.
There is none from the technical team. There is none. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Ian Mwangi, finalist undergraduate in this KCA University, an economist by profession. So my question was to the one who's following us online. Okay, has talked about the green initiative. Okay, to what matter, to what perspective are they taking? Because with us students, we do have maybe those initiatives, but to have those funds, even to get the trees themselves, it becomes a problem. Going to those embassies becomes a problem. So I was asking, how with his foundation, how are they helping us? About the small groups that are reaching out to the communities? That's my question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think Dr. Tirimba, I'll take it back to you for final wrap-up.
Thank you. Maybe we can start with Prof. Owor watching online, following us online, to respond to the very last question, and then we move on to Professor Mushiri to respond on the remaining parts of the question. Kindly enable him the audio part of it.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Prof.
Yes, Prof. Thank you so much. The question is on how do we support the students or our graduates to access funds to be able to implement some of this initiative? That's quite a robust question. But then, so our goal was to expose the students to the available opportunities that exist in the carbon literacy or the climate change spectrum. And so the funding bit now, I think I'll challenge that this way. So long as you have a beautiful idea that you think is mitigating the problem of climate change and also on employability, there are a couple of calls available for funding actually. And so one, for our university here, we are providing seed capital from the university to support those innovations, but also around the globe, there are a lot of calls that are keen on young people supporting climate change mitigation initiatives and also employability. So my challenge for you would be that maybe I could share some few tools available that you could submit your interest, your application to. Then mostly they're going to consider you. The idea is very, very novel.
Thank you, Prof. Kindly in 1 minute again, you can give your closing remarks. The next 1 minute.
Thank you so much. I think to close up this was a beautiful journey. We learned quite a lot. And the critical part that came up was that we have to take the task of managing and handling climate change as a country as our responsibility. It is not going to be somebody coming out to solve that problem for us. It will be it employability problem, be it the skill set, it is our role. And so then if that has to do with fixing the curriculum, so let's do that. If that has to do with collaborating and not having the teaching, the training, not offered only by the faculty, but also by the industry experts. So let's do that. And then we're able then to handle this problem collaboratively. And then there's so much synergy that comes out and can give the students a lot better results. So let me leave it at that point.
Thank you, Prof. Let me now move to Professor Mshiri to respond to the questions and again to give us his parting shots.
Thank you. And the first question was about how does the curriculum, for example, adopt the Moringa School model? So that, I guess that was your question. So one of the things that we are doing with the curriculum is also encouraging especially in those practical entrepreneurship courses. And when we talk about entrepreneurship, we are not saying that you must be a member, you must take a Bachelor of Entrepreneurship for the 3 years. You can be a Bachelor of Technology or Bachelor of Education, and you take some courses, because there will be some courses within the Entrepreneurship Center, which you can take that will enhance your ability to learn, to run a business. Now, but in the classroom situation, one of the things that we have encouraged is that bring in the people with the technical knowledge. If, for example, I'm teaching you something on forensic accounting, let's say, for example, why don't I bring to you at some point in the teaching you a person who is doing that practically, and you interact with them? And the other thing is connecting the entrepreneurs. One of the things in that curriculum is connecting those entrepreneurs, those prospective entrepreneurs, the learners, with people who are running small enterprises, so that you are not going to look for your attachment in this KCB and all that, but connect you with small enterprises so that you understand the context within which small enterprises run. The struggles of fundraising, the struggles of marketing, the struggles of getting customers, the struggles of surviving the first 2 years. Yeah. Then skills change after every 2 years. How do you incorporate the changes in the curriculum? And the thing is, as you go through is ours is the connection. And that's why we are emphasizing here the linkage between the industry and the academia. So that now, although I'm teaching something in class, which maybe we set the curriculum 3 years ago, I'm able to invite somebody from the industry. For example, right now we are talking about AI. The AI that we were talking about 3 years ago is not the same thing that is there now, very different. So if I need to get somebody from the industry who is doing that, bring them. They can come, have sessions with you, and interact with the students so that the students they also ask questions and they're updated with what is happening. So the idea is to make the curriculum dynamic, not static. And that was a very good question over there. So what happens? There was a question from here which I didn't get very well because your voice was too low. So maybe you can repeat that. But before that, there was a question, what happens about the COPIEC project after funding? And our discussion is with the university. As you have heard, the university is launching the Innovation Hub. And once we are done with the project, we are handing over quite a number of things to the university, and we have in discussion with various units in the university that are involved in what we are doing, so that they will have these things in their budgets, in their work, in their performance tasks and all that, so that the project continues even after the funding is over. So the last question, I think, I've answered. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I think that's all.
Thank you, Prof, for that. Prof. Mary, your parting shots.
My parting shot, especially to our young students, there are a lot of opportunities in innovation and entrepreneurial space. As you read, you undergo through your academic work, please use your time to see, like my colleague who is online said, to look for the opportunities that are directed to the youth. In fact, if you Google calls for youth to apply for funding to undertake projects, there are so many. Please invest your time, because it's through that funding, once you get that opportunity, you'll be able to grow your innovation, and you'll be able to get into innovation and the entrepreneurship space. Because once you win one call, you respond to a challenge, you enter into many database, and you'll be receiving those innovation and entrepreneurship call. Number two, I want to say that at the University of Nairobi, we usually organize a very huge Nairobi Innovation Week. 60% of the innovations that we showcase at Nairobi Innovation Week are from students. So I would interest you to get into that space, because it's interacting with many students from the university around here. You'll be able to actually discover the opportunity and also use them. So it's my clarion call. I'm now inviting KCA University. Our Innovation Week is around May, to be May next year. Even Kenyatta University also organized Innovation Week, and Riara University. Let's be interested in what is happening in other universities. That is what we call collaborative learning. You get insight there. So as we come next year here, we'll be having a lot of many innovation from the student. Finally, innovation, entrepreneurship, getting into the business is the future. So let's start innovating now. Let's start getting interested in venturing into the business, because our generation, when we went to school, a song was sung, someni kwa bidii mutapata kazi mzuri. Do you think that song still hold good now? So we need to start resetting our minds that as we get this good education, we become job creators, and we use our education to empower ourselves, not to look for job. I know it's challenging, but I can tell you, change is the only constant things. Now job, we have moved from that space. We are moving now to innovation, entrepreneurship, and business space. Be prepared, take heart, you will make it. But get interested, because if we keep on doing the same things the way we have done it for the last 50 years, we'll have a lot of graduates who are educated, but they don't have jobs. We are the job creators. One challenge, as I pose, you see the uneducated people. I actually say sometimes, sorry, forgive me, I'm a professor. I usually say uneducated people, more, I mean those who are not as educated as ourselves, are more bold. Sindio, they start business. Those, those we say that in D or E. If you go to Githurai here, and I'm not telling you to go to Githurai, those people have business. They are millionaires, if not billionaires. I am a professor. If I'm called for a function, and with my counterparts, who we grew up together and went into business, I don't even go for that function, because when they are removing money, yeah, they are waiting, Professor unatoa ngapi? So I said to somebody, please take this check. So what am I challenging ourselves? The uneducated people have made it. They have struggled, and now they are wealthy. So let's appreciate ourselves and go to that struggle. Into future, moving into the future, the people who go into business are more wealthier than the people who stay in employment like myself. What we only know, we dress well, tunaoga vizuri. Yeah, sindio? Even us here at the university, we are very well dressed, we groom ourselves, but in the pocket, my fellow professors, am I talking awry? In the pocket, we have a problem. So I'm urging you as our generation now to embrace the challenge. Moving into future 10 years and 20 years to come, you'll be the most wealthiest people in this country, if not in Africa. Thank you very much. Nipigieni makofi for, you know,
let's appreciate Prof in a better way.
Telling you to take that challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Prof. Ogara, kindly, 1 minute. Your parting shots.
One, to the industry, I think we've been able to showcase that indeed, contrary to the notion, to the belief, to the perception that university graduates are not prepared for the job market, we were able to showcase that indeed we have a pool of talents who are skilled. The problem is getting the right match to the students. What I can tell you is that for those who want to innovate, because innovation, you build on something that is there and you can push the idea further. The source code is available. If you go to transit.com, you'll find the application is freely available. The source code is there for those who want to use the source code. You can use it to move this particular application to another level. I'm aware that, as my colleague mentioned, they are using it in their project. Some universities in UK have actually already borrowed the idea. There is another project here in Nairobi that is using it with some funding agencies based abroad to find ways of identifying researchers who can actually qualify for their funding. So meaning that the platform has a lot of opportunities for somebody who is interested. And then I want to say this for our dear students. One of the biggest problems we have, and I've seen this from the sub-Saharan Africa, and allow me to say, based on my experience, having taught in the US universities for almost 4 years, 5 years, about 4 years before coming back. I think one of our biggest problems is that there is a bigger link, a kind of a disengagement between industry and universities. And I think I want to challenge our universities here to make use of this, so much that students should be able to know where to target their skills. You have the skills, but sometimes when you apply for a job because the job is there when there is totally no skill match, and that there becomes a problem. If this can be used, then we have industry come on board and then tell us what kind of students they want, what kind of skills. By the way, it will also help you identify your niche, so that if you're in IT business, you know you're not just graduating with PIT or computer science, but even with computer science, you know that today, where is the world heading to? AI. And you want to target that. Even when you're business doing accounting, you can no longer, if you're going to be doing auditing or compliance, you can no longer ignore AI. And I think if the industry can inform us in terms of the skills they need, and here's the right platform, then I think even our students will be able to identify where they belong, what kind of niche to really focus on. So when you by the time you graduate, you're already focused. Thank you.
Thanks, Prof. Thank you, Prof, for that. Now, our very last panelist, David, your parting shots.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Mine is just to say there's so many opportunities. Funding is not an issue, should not be the problem. The problem is us self-reflecting, interrogating our strengths, and getting to know our passion. I'll tell you that in terms of two stories. We have two students. A lady student pursuing a computing program at Tiara University. Unique idea, unique product. She has been presenting globally, and even recently our VC invested in her business. And then the other student in agribusiness presented his business idea, his product, and he has gotten mentorship. He's flying to Germany next month, and we can see the possibilities. Our challenge is just you grab the opportunity, self-reflect, and align. Thank you so much. In Riara, we have established a virtual accelerator. After classroom, it doesn't end there, it continues. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, David, for that reimagining and reconfiguring employability of university graduates, learning from Innovation for African Universities program. We've come to the very tail end of our panel discussion. I have been your moderator, Ibrahim Tirimbo-Ndabu, and now allow me to hand over the program to the program manager, Bwana Rogers Abongo.
Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a round of applause to this wonderful team of panelists. Thank you very much. Mr. David Kirop, thank you. Professor Mary Kinoti, Professor Frederick Mzeo Woru joined us virtually, Professor Solomon Ogara, Professor Renson Mushiri, and moderated by Dr. Ibrahim Tirimba. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I want to beg to, this has been so loaded, and we want to take this home. I want to beg for just 30 minutes. And we are going to make this quick. We are doing the last session, and it is for the day, and so that we are able to wind up. But we want to really thank our panelists for really having dissected. And to our students, really, this is an opportunity for you to grab these real scenarios that you'd not been able, or you would not be able to get anywhere else. So I want to beg that you just give me 30 minutes. We finalize this last session. Before we do that, let's mold flowers for these wonderful panelists. We need to really appreciate them. Mold flowers nicely. Some people are not molding. I know the sugar levels have run low, but please, let's mold the flowers. Let's give them the flowers. Professor Gara, you don't put the flowers down. You are the one receiving. Professor Kinotia is so received it well, and of course Mr. Kirop also did very well. Let's mold the flowers one more time. Mold those flowers nicely. Mold the flowers Dr. Njuru style. Mold those flowers. Give them the flowers. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite a gentleman. This gentleman is a lecturer, a financial specialist, and a business strategist that is responsible for the planning, organizing, execution of works that are related to teaching, research, and consultancies, and is passionate about working with students. He has done this work for over 22 years. His research interest is in capital structure dynamics and firm performance, banking sector stability modeling, behavioral finance, and sustainable digital finance solutions, green finance and green economy, mergers and acquisitions. And this really, this gentleman is a member of many professional bodies. We have Kukan, Ikan, Isaka, and ISPAC. He is a certified systems information auditor, a certified public accountant of Kenya, a BCom accounting from KU, a Master of Business Administration Finance from KU, and he is currently pursuing his PhD in finance towards the tail end, KCA University. He is going to be the session moderator, and he will have the privilege to invite the panelists as we do the final session for this. This is none other than CPA Dominic Ojuang. Can we put our hands together for Dominic Ojuang?
Thank you, Georges.
Yeah, thank you, Dominic. Now you have the privilege to invite upfront members of your panel as we take this discussion. Over to you, Dominic.
Thank you very much, Rogers, for the introduction. Although I was not in, so I hope you put in very kind words for me. I am privileged to have great people, and I would just ask them to step forward here so that we sort of save time. Chacha, please feel free. I will then introduce you while you are seeing me very, very live so that it is interactive. Thank you very much. Yes, yes. Welcome, Joe. So unlike the morning session, this is easier now because these are not professors. So these are industry guys. These are guys who've got real industry experience. And as a university, we are really privileged to have each one of them. I don't know what to do. You know, their CV are equally longer. They have more interactions. But I would like that we do it differently so that I give them 1 minute each to just say who they are, what they've been doing, and what they mean for this session this afternoon. So we can start from the fine Brian in that order.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Brian Otieno. I'm a research associate at the Africa Research and Impact Network, focusing on science, technology, and innovation. I have a background in global environmental change from Ca' Foscari University in Italy, and an MBA in Green Energy and Sustainable Business from Bologna Business School, also in Italy. And I'm currently pursuing my PhD at the University of York in the UK. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. Comrade Peace. Comrade Peace. Tunasema peace. Comrade Peace.
Peace.
When I say comrade save, you invest. Comrade save. Comrade invest.
Save.
That is what I do. My name is Alan Chacha. I'm the CEO of USPAC. USPAC is Universities and Colleges Student Peace Association of Kenya. It's an umbrella that was given birth triggered by the issues of all the Garissa incident. By that time, I was serving as a student leader, whom they call president of Mount Kenya University, and we know what happened. So that is what triggered the formation of that organization. But now we have various areas of focus. One of the focus is on student economic empowerment, which the men and women in green, those are members of the economic club KCA University. And there's a lot of good things that they are doing, or KCA USPAC chapters. So I know we'll be able to interact more in regard to this organization. But we have membership in 75 universities. We are now expanding to the TVETs, and it's patronized by the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, deputized by the CS Education, and the chair USPAC Advisory Group of eminent person is Professor Chacha Nyegoti Chacha, being the chair Commission for University Education. And I now lead the secretariat. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chair Chacha. And Joe?
Good afternoon.
My name is Joe Mukoko, Head of Learning at SME Founders Association, an association that brings together SME owners. It's a volunteer-led association, and our mandate is simple. We are a learning and linkages association, and we help build the capacity, compliance, and ability to access capital for SME owners. So I will speak on behalf of industry. I love the initiative that academia has taken over to just make the road and the path easier for us. There is opportunity for growth in Africa. And as you are rightly putting it, the majority of employers in the country right now are not the big corporates. And that is what I would like the young people to open their minds to. It's not the Google, it's not the Microsoft, it's the small SMEs that are going to grow. And why are they going to grow? We have an opportunity as a country because we were among the first signatories of the Africa Free Continental Trade Area Agreement to be able to send our people out. I know there's been a joke about how our president has been all over Africa, but the reason he's doing that is to prepare ground when that you can be able to work, Botswana, Nigeria, wherever. Reason being, as a country, we have grown our entrepreneurial muscle. Testament to that is our neighbors fear Kenyans going there to do business. Our neighbors, even South Africans, fear Kenyans because they say a Kenyan will come, sit, look at that, observe people going in, out, then decide those guys don't have shoes or those guys need a jacket. So you are the current, you are the present, you are the future. So that is what I would like you to do. Open up your minds to that. So as an association, we are eager to work with young people. We are eager to push the Africa Free Trade Area Agreement going forward, that our entrepreneurs can tap in and get to know that the opportunities are not only here, the opportunities are in a global stage, and you are global citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe, and thank you very much, Chacha and Brian, for that wonderful introduction. Today, our conversation will be around a very interesting area, of course, tied to what we're looking at. That is the Innovation Week for KC University. And we know the place of innovators, that innovators are going to disrupt, they're going to create opportunities for thousands of young people. Young people are going to create opportunity for themselves. So it's a whole host of ecosystem. And one of the emerging persons in this area is Brian. Following your work last year on outlook for innovation in this country, where you did a lot of work, we would like you to just paint for us a picture of the ecosystem and innovation, Kenya and beyond. Where are we and where are we going? Are there some opportunities that we could begin to exploit? Are there risks that we need to mitigate? It will be interesting to hear that from you, Brian.
Yeah, thank you so much. As you have mentioned, last year we conducted 2 studies, and the first one was the Kenya Innovation Outlook, which we did a deep dive on the Kenya innovation ecosystem and did a comparative analysis to the different ecosystem across Africa. And then we also did an entrepreneurial university study in Kenya, trying to see what is the contribution of the universities to the national innovation ecosystem. I don't know if all of us understand the concept of entrepreneurship or the concept of an entrepreneurial university. Traditionally, we define an entrepreneurial university as a university that is able to transform or convert research or knowledge products into ideas and skills and startups. But I'd say there's no one shoe fits all when defining or categorizing universities according to the entrepreneurial strength. There's this OECD framework that kind of places universities against their strengths and weaknesses and opportunities that they can explore. And while we were doing this study, we kind of categorized universities into 3 different tiers: Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. So when you look at Tier 1, these are towards entrepreneurship and innovation. We can acknowledge that the concept of entrepreneurship is something that has recently started when the government decided to reduce the capitation to university through the exchequer. And these kind of universities are kind of moving there. And then we have the tier 3 university, which depend on tier 1 and tier 2 to learn and capacity build their kind of systems to incorporate the aspect of entrepreneurship and innovation. So coming back to the OECD framework, we have 7 kind of matrices that universities can use to evaluate themselves against their strengths and weaknesses. And number 1 was around governance and the management. Is the mission statement talking to innovation and entrepreneurship? If you look at KCA University, is there aspect of entrepreneurship in it? And then we go to the policies. Are there policies, for instance, I'm sure KCA has the research policy, where lecturers and students, for instance, if you publish, there's a share value between you and the university. Are these particular entities able to understand that, of course, we have this research policy, and this is the share value that we get from this particular research policy. We have an intellectual property policy. Are the students able to understand that if I have an idea and I want to commercialize this idea, this is the amount of money I'm going to get from my idea? And something that came out really clear was that we have so many publications from the university, a lot of them. But when you go to check the number of innovations that are coming, or inventions that are coming out of these innovations, they're not there, because lecturers are patenting these innovations as their own, since the research policy and the IP policy does not kind of outline that this is particular, you'll get 15%, 20%, 30% of your innovation. I'll pose this to you. This is your idea, but you've registered it under the university, and then university tells you that, okay, since you've registered this idea with us, you are going to get 20%. We are going to get 75 or 80% from it. You as an individual, are you going to take that offer? Of course not, because somebody outside there is going to invest in your idea and give you so much money. And I think that is where we kind of getting the gap between the university and the industry. Another pointer we were looking at is the education. When I was in campus, we were talking about passing through the system, where you just, maybe if you have a common unit, you can maybe copy the exams, and by the end of the day, you don't even know who was the particular lecturer for this particular course. Does these universities have courses that offer entrepreneurial education to the students? Is there a common course on entrepreneurship? Is there a common course on innovation? For instance, we do common courses on English 101 or Computer 101. Are there common courses on innovation and entrepreneurship, so that somebody who is taking a course on animal husbandry is able to understand that if I have an innovation relating to animals, I'm able to take this idea from this stage to commercialize to particular this stage. And then lastly, we were talking about the collaboration between universities and also university and industry. We have so many exchange programs between university and university, because university have 3 mandates. 1 is to teach, 2, they produce research, and then the 3rd mission is their commitment to the community. That is where innovation comes in. But when you look at the industry is more towards making profit. So I have my innovation. I come to Professor Mushiri that I want to collaborate with the university to take this idea further. And then the university tells me that in order to take this particular innovation, we have to sign an MOU. An MOU takes 3 months or 4 months to be actualized. I'm an industry person. I want to take this idea, the next day I should be making profit. Of course, I'll move away from the university and go find somebody else who is able to be hands-on and take my business further. So I think as institutions, we need to kind of put in structures from the micro level, put in structures that, one, support students around innovation and entrepreneurship, have technology transfer offices, have incubation centers. I've heard that KCA is almost launching your incubation centers, so that when a student have an innovation, is able to knock a particular door and the innovation is taken from one step to another, being capacity built until the student is able to commercialize the particular idea and at the end of the day maybe translate to a spin-off. I'll give a good example of Strathmore University. We have so many spin-offs and startups that are emanating from Strathmore University. And I think this is a model university when it comes to commercialization of research products into outputs. So have these structures, and then from there, that is where the government comes in. We are able to kind of make it easy for people to do business. It's very unfortunate that as Kenya, maybe we import toothpicks. When we have engineering students, we have people who can do these things. How are we making people easy for them to kind of do business instead of importing these particular products from outside?
That's fine, Brian. That's fine. Thank you so much, Brian. Actually, you've touched something I wanted to. The issue of technology transfer and intellectual property rights and the full spectrum to commercialization. How do we link this? Because you did a good study in Innovation Outlook, and one of the things apparently which came out significantly from that is the fact that the distribution of innovators in iHubs and all this kind of ecosystem is well developed in Nairobi. And we have a number of young people who are in the villages and they are not being reached. Where is the place of the linkage between industry and universities to reach out so that there is a fair distribution ecosystem to support innovation in this country? Maybe you can just throw a word on it, then we move on.
Yeah, thank you. I'll refer you to the Kenya National Innovation Bridge, which is a platform that kind of match makes innovators to investors and angel investors. I think they have not done so much marketing of this particular platform, but the main idea of this particular platform was to reach to the grassroots level organization so that they're able to upload their innovations into that particular platform. And also it gives the opportunity for different innovators to kind of interact by their own, share ideas. If you see an innovator in your particular area, you are able to interact and maybe collaborate. But also we have these national innovation weeks where we kind of train young people to kind of develop bankable projects. I had a student ask me opportunities for funding. We have amazing ideas, but then how do we package these particular ideas in a way that an investor can put in their money? So one of the things that Kenya is doing, and through the support of ARIN, we are training young people to develop bankable projects that are able to be financed with donors. When it comes to matters technology transfer offices and incubation centers, I think it's the aspect of skills and manpower in these particular areas, because you'll go into a technology transfer office, the person who is there maybe has a background in maybe chemical engineering, and you come from the background of maybe social science. And I think in order to strengthen these particular technology transfer offices, we need to have different expertise on board. If it's somebody around climate change, we should have somebody maybe around textile, we should have somebody around music, so that somebody is able to take a student to and understands the elements of this particular area and is able to take a student towards the direction of patenting and commercializing that particular idea. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Brian. Back to Alan. Alan, what is your add-in? Because you see, if we look at industry and academia, the major for industry, for academia, their focus is we got to produce, do research, and share their findings. So for us at the university, we are not so much concerned about how the funding turns out to be commercialized. the research output. So we have a lot of research output, and of course, yes, that is acceptable some level because we are supposed to do research to support teaching and learning and all that kind of a back and forth thing. But there is this part where the industry is not keen on linking with the university because they think that the university may abuse their intellectual property rights, and they may not be so keen on commercialization, or may not have the capacity. What do you think about this?
Thank you so much. Again, my name is Alan Chacha, the CEO of USPAC. USPAC is Universities and Colleges Student Peace Association of Kenya. One, I think we need to strengthen in terms of industry and academia really working together, because universities, colleges, and TVETs, it's the hub of innovation. But one of the biggest challenges that we have, one is in terms of many of the students. In fact, the chief guest today spoke in terms of their students, their institutions that are afraid of really even bringing out their innovation because of the intellectual property, where they feel once we bring our ideas, then you'll find that the same idea is being implemented somewhere else. So that is the first thing that as academia, as an industry, we need first of all to protect, especially the students who are coming up with this innovation, because many of these students have ideas, but again, we find that they are afraid of really bringing it out. Or those who are bringing it out, there are people who are just sitting, maybe probably to tap into the ideas, and you find that the next thing, the same idea, maybe it's just cleaning it up, it's being implemented out there. So as industry and academia, that is the first thing that we need to do. Then also apart from that, I think we need to provide more space, especially in regard to mentorship, because you will not expect a student to be maybe perfect like somebody who has been 20 years, 15 years, 30 years in the industry. But again, you need to be deliberate in terms of these are students, we need to create platform where we are able to really mentor the next generation so that they can come and take these spaces. In regard to networking opportunities, I think this kind of platform need to be more, where students will come and interact with industry actors, ask questions direct from them. And maybe I'll give an example from the program that we are doing with also KCA being a pilot institution, because we are piloting in 4 institutions. That is KCA University, University of Nairobi, TUK, Technical University of Kenya, and Mount Kenya University. I must admit that KCA has done it very well. KCA, tujipigie makofi. Why is this program very important? This program is linking the industry with the student. But again, it's giving the platform, it's giving platform to the student themselves to showcase their ideas. In fact, last week, the entire from Monday to Friday, we've been having the 2023 Mashujaa Day Campus Expo, where KCA really brought very good innovation, where different institutions, we had over 70 institutions drawn from both public and private universities and TVETs, who were able to come and see the 4 institutions, what are they doing. That is the kind of platform that we need to create, so that right now I've seen a lot of institutions are really embracing the innovation. In fact, I've seen many universities doing the innovation week. But how do we bring now KCA, UON, all those institutions that are doing the innovation, then we bring them together, where then students or different actors will be able to see the innovation that is happening. Apart from that, I think one thing that also I can briefly touch is in terms of incentives. Really, these students, sometimes you find that when they come with these ideas, we really need to come up with a way how to support them. So for me, I think that is also something that the industry must put into consideration, so that they can then be able to support these students. Thank you so much.
Alan, thank you very much. Joe, maybe you just want to throw a word or something on, is industry too busy for universities?
Thank you. I am Joe Mukoko from SME Founders Association, and allow me to thank KCA. This is the second time that our association is participating in the Innovation Week. industry is not busy for academia. From working with KCA last year, and when we came for the Innovation Week, my partnership director and the rest of the team, we were able to craft a program that addresses the youth, and we call it WAIGWA, Young Global Workforce Alliance. Because for those of us in industry, every day I will tell you, I get an average of 20 job applications. We don't have all that number of jobs, but there is something that these youth have. If we protect them right and show them how to negotiate right, then they are able to grow. So academia is very important for the growth of the industry, not just in Kenya, but across Africa. Remember, I've talked about how we have moved from being just Kenya, and we are in the global stage. My advice to the young people in the universities, look at the countries around you. Like now, the East African community, I think, has a population of about 300 million people. How can academia work with industry to position their young people to take advantage of these problems? When we're innovating, we either build on an idea that is already present or disrupt the market. In most circumstances, as you've heard my colleagues share, people pick an idea and try and make it better. We did an audit for some of our entrepreneurs some time back, and someone's neighbor went, and because they had left their job, they've been given a handshake. Their neighbor has been an entrepreneur for 10 years. He says, if Professor Mushiri is doing this, I can do this. I have more muscle than Professor Mushiri. You get? Their capital went down the drain because they came in and did not understand. So how can academia help industry build? Work very closely with industry. And working with industry is not just the big 5, the big 10 banks, we have got 17.5 million registered MSMEs in Kenya. How can your institution, with the app that you're doing, it's a lovely job, how can you place these young men and women in some of these SMEs? They might not be blue chip, but they'll give them the necessary experience they need, not only for work, but to be able to get into industry. I know NITA pays interns 6,000 shillings a month. You are aware of that, eh? So it's something that we can be able to build on, because you see, for most SMEs, they'll be like, why am I paying an intern? But if that is a value proposition you bring and say, you're sharing the cost with the government, it becomes attractive. Industry needs the innovators. Academia is developing the innovators for industry. So it's a symbiotic relationship, and we cannot walk away from it. Thank you.
Indeed, it's a symbiotic relationship. So the benefits, we need to sell the benefits. If I get you, the industry needs to appreciate what they will benefit at the end of the tunnel of that arrangement. And we need to reduce the possible barriers that exist around those spaces. And I think I would really love you to talk about possible barriers, because you see, it has not been smooth for the linkage between academia and industry. And are there possible barriers, and how can we sort of overcome these barriers? Joe, you know, this is some area you have been in for some time.
The biggest barrier is capacity. Capacity. I know holding a forum like this is costly. If we are to reach even a tenth of those SMEs that we are talking about, we would need to not only build our internal capacities as academia, but also the capacity of SMEs to take time and understand the importance of this. Where I come from, in Kakamega, you cannot tell an SME owner to close their shop for a whole day. They will ask you why. Why do you want me to close? But you see, if you, like you rightly put it, show him the benefits that they derive, it will make a difference. So the biggest barrier is capacity. So if we're able to deal with that, then we can move forward. And one way of doing that is cascading down information. And if we're able to cascade down this information, not just in English, but in Kiswahili and in vernacular language, because very many of the SMEs still trade in vernacular language, break it down to them. If you talk to SMEs and come and tell them, Peter Drucker said, they will ask you, who is Peter Drucker? But if you break down Peter Drucker in a way that they can be able to understand in their local language, then you will get the buy-in.
So are you saying we use their local cases? If I go to Kakamega, I look at success stories around Kakamega, which they relate to and aspire to be?
Exactly.
Right, interesting.
Because if you come and tell them about Safaricom, well, we all use Safaricom. I think it's Brian who said in their report, the ecosystem is built around only very few urban areas, right? In the rural areas, you will find there are tons and tons of ideas on innovation, but they don't know how they'll go about it. Best thing, break it down, go to them, talk to them in their local language. As an association, when we decided to spread out of Nairobi, we decided to use local actors. What are the challenges that the people are facing around here? Then talk to them. So if we're able to cascade that information, it will help. We also need to build our research and development capabilities, both as industry and as academia, because innovation will only come about if you find out what are those problems, what are the possible solutions, who can be able to help me build those possible solutions, and we move forward. And then invite industry players, again, not just Safaricom, and get those MSMEs that Professor Kinoti was talking about. If you go to Githurai, there's a local business chapter. If you come here, Lakisama, there's a local business chapter. If you go to Kibra, there's a local business chapter. Get some of those people to come and talk to the students and also to academia and say, these are the challenges that we are facing. You will be so shocked that academia will be able to take Peter Drucker and Tom Peters and change all those concepts into a local concept. And I like that KCA has taken that step and it's moving forward with it.
So back to Brian, just sort of wrap up questions now. You know, the audience here is just keen. What kind of opportunities are there in this space? And how can we take advantage of these opportunities in the innovation space?
Yeah, thank you. I think KCA is among the few universities in Kenya that are doing tracer studies of the graduates, if I'm not wrong. And it's very key for universities to conduct these particular tracer studies so that you are able to know where are my graduates going. So that I don't have 70% of my graduates in employment and only 30 running their startups or maybe their spin-offs, and you are not aware of this. Also, you are able to get feedback from the employers that your students are strong in this particular area and you need to strengthen these particular areas. When we were doing the entrepreneurial university study, it was very clear that most of the students, while they are going for internships, they find these internships by themselves. And the university, as long as you have the report, they don't kind of try to see where was this particular student placed. So you find a student is studying a course that is totally unrelated with where they are particularly placed in terms of their internship. And I think Professor Mushiri kind of outlined that clearly. So I think the first step is kind of supporting our students and placing them in their respective areas of study. there are so many particular startups and organizations that are willing to work with the universities. I'm aware the KCA, there's a student who developed an app to handle things to do with health. I'm not so sure of the particular details, but these are kind of opportunities that we can support our students. Go to a particular institution, go to a particular health, identify the gap yourself, and see which particular innovation or what can I bring on board to ensure that this particular maybe problem is solved. So brings me back to capacity. Let's enhance the capacity of our student first before we approach the industry players. And then number 2 is around matchmaking. Ensure that our students are being placed in the respective industry or particular areas of internships. And then 3 would be around supporting the innovations and innovators within the university. There are so many students who have amazing ideas, amazing skills, but then they don't know where they should take this particular idea. Maybe you have an idea and then you go to a particular professor and then they tell you, no, that particular idea is too expensive for me. You need to go to the VC or somebody else who support your idea. So let's establish these particular structures, and I'm really glad that you, KCA, is going toward that particular direction. Let the student know that there's an incubation center, there's a technology transfer office, that I'll go and knock this particular office and my idea will be taken to the next level. So,
thank you very much. Alan, where I'm sitting and listening to this conversation, really, I get disturbed because when you look at a typical university where I am, the promotion system is geared towards, if you want to be a professor, you're going to do a lot of publications. But you see, the way I listen to you, are talking about an entrepreneur university, that you would like to be associated with entrepreneur university, and a number of students would like to do that. And so then the shift between, I'm just wondering the difference between an entrepreneur university and just this ordinary university. Could it be that maybe we need to think about promoting faculties, not only on publications, but also in innovation, collaboration, and all these other indicators that then tries to push the university towards an entrepreneur university? And by the way, Alan, would you, given that you're working closely with universities, would you enroll in an entrepreneur university or just any other university? And why?
Thank you so much. Number 1, I think every student should be able to be an entrepreneur person. I'm a lawyer by profession, but right now I'm not practicing law, but rather, let me put it, I'm a student champion, for lack of a better word. And we've seen many professions. You study law, you end up being a business person. Reason being, the market that we have right now, it's not possible to really accommodate everybody. And that's why our idea is that we need to encourage students to start businesses while in campuses. And you talked about opportunities. There are many opportunities that are untapped. When tapped, you'll find that students will be able to benefit. And if you talk of opportunities, you'll find that, for example, when you hear of youth fund, you will easily think of youth. But again, you'll think of border and those out of school youth. Where are the students? Those are some of the conversations that we need to trigger, so that, in fact, we've been having conversation with Youth Fund. We push them. We are the people who lobbied, and now they have a saving-based loan. But we are telling them, we do not need saving-based loan, but we rather need a student-friendly based loan, so that a student will be here for 2 years. We'll be starting a business, maybe saving 200, 300, 100 shillings. That student need to be factored in, unlike maybe a border who has the capacity to save 1,000 or 2,000. So those are some of the conversations that we are having. Apart from that, I think you talked of the barrier and the opportunities. One of the opportunities that for me I look at and I see is we have lack of a conducive environment to innovate. And I'm happy that KCA has taken it forth, and even the chancellor said, when they were starting the innovation center, it was not possible. But with the conversation, triggering the conversation, many of the students came. And I think every university should be able to adopt in that they have a conducive and innovation place where students will be able to innovate. And also, my plea is that in every major activity, let us be able to give platform, especially to entrepreneur students. There are those who are selling food. I've just forgotten your name. Gilbert. Gilbert is the one who came. He's a KCA university student. He came and told us, Alan, for me, I sell food, and I would like to come and during the Mashujaa Day Campus Expo, which had over 300 people, 70 different universities, I like to sell food. And we gave him a platform, we gave him a tent where he could be able to come with the food and then be able to sell the food. And most of the students were able to actually go and promote him because one, they were saying, this is our fellow comrade. So we are promoting him. Then number two, they were also saying the price that he was selling is comrade friendly because we were giving him tent for free. You know, he could be able to sell his food there. So that means many of the students were not able to ile wanasema kuinama. Si mnajua kuinama? So that time, many of the students were not able to, actually they were able to get food at a student friendly. Then at the end of it, also the student was able to sell his food with a condition that if we've given you the platform, if we've given you the place where you can be able to sell your product, you must be able to also save. There's a platform, there's an organization that we've partnered with that is called Zimele, that then is providing the platform of saving, and then now Youth Fund is giving them the loan 3 times the amount that you've saved. So I think to finish is that every institution need to encourage, regardless of the course that you are taking, the student to become entrepreneur, because at the end of it, that is the direction that all of us we are going to. Thank you.
Innovation is the direction all of us are going. Joe, just one ad, and then we open it up so that we can have an interactive session.
Collaboration is key. For us to win it over, collaboration is key. Collaboration between industry and academia. Collaboration even in academia between the university and the students. When Brian was talking about technology transfer, it occurred to me that some of the largest universities in the world run entrepreneurship firms that build or buy their ideas from the students, and they protect that investment. So if we are to move steps ahead, collaboration is key. We cannot operate in silos as industry, as academia between lecturers and the teaching staff and the students. I went to the universities in the 90s, a public university in the 90s. I did an economics course. And when they told us, write a paper about disruption, and the lecturer looks at it, he thinks you want his job. You see, we didn't want to be lecturers. But that is how you buy in those ideas. If you look at the biggest companies, EABL, Safaricom, the banks, where do they get the ideas from? From these students. They get them, tell them, come, stay with us for 2 weeks. I give you a stipend of 3,000, 5,000 shillings a day. 2 weeks, pick your brain, it goes. This is also a very good model for fundraising for universities, like what you have set apart, Professor Mushiri. They bring the ideas, protect those ideas, sell those ideas to industry with royalties, that even when the student has finished college and has moved on, they are still getting a shilling, 2 shillings from the innovation that they did. And the universities, now that capitation was lowered, can also have money to continue running, because we need academia. We are churning on average how many graduates per year? 200,000?
Yeah, almost there.
About 200,000.
Yeah.
And for every year KCSE, we are sitting how many? About 1.2 million?
Yeah, over 1 million.
1 million. 300,000 or 400,000 are joining universities. So academia is still important for the future growth of not just our country, but of the region. So collaboration.
So collaboration. And yes, Joe, in fact, you really touched me. When you do a bit of desktop research, you realize that notable success organizations was formed at the university. Name all these great companies. The idea started at the university. So I think that our students are at the best point in time to innovate. They need to begin now. And by the way, Joe, just on a light note, you said this journey is lonely, is it? How is the journey of innovation?
I don't want to scare them. I have been an entrepreneur for the last 15 years. Sometimes it gets lonely because you have this great idea and you sit down and you tell your family, I am going to change my community. And then they are looking at you and asking you, why did we take you to university? Can we get you a job? Then they see someone has come from abroad. I don't know why we are very open to the ideas. Same idea you had, it's running. And they say, oh, by the way, we should have invested this money in you. So it's very lonely. But to be able to counter that, there are very many ecosystems that you can plug into. Ours as SME Founders Association is one of them. And we are members of KEPSA. So that way you have a community around you that when you come and talk to us and tell us, this is the idea that you have, we will look at it and then look at the ecosystem and figure out where can we take you. Can we partner with iHub? Can we go to someone else who will sit and listen to what it is you're trying to say?
Yeah,
Even if you look at the person who started selling, let me take it down. The person who sells maize at the corner. How many times do we stop to think about what it is they're going through? And they'll tell you when they were setting up that maize stand, because we deal with MSMEs, people were looking at them like, what's wrong with you? Why do you want to run maize, to sell maize? Or if you look at, if you go to Gikomba right now, there are very many young graduates who are actually running Gikomba, and it has changed because you can buy Mtumba Instagram, on Facebook, on TikTok, because they've taken the entrepreneurial knowledge, combined it with digital, and it is running. So it's about plugging into where you will be listened to and where people can hold your hand. Mentorship is key. They will either tell you you're moving too fast or move a bit faster.
Thank you, Joe. Actually, I just wanted you to come out and say that the association that you're running will not be lonely, that you already brought a lot of people together, that they can tap on different experience, funding sources and all that put together. So indeed, the journey with Joe here, it will not be long. So we can take a couple of questions now. No, a few. So we also feel like we need to take something. So a few questions, maybe you can start on this end and then we move. We'll appreciate support. If you have any question, we have Brian and Alan and Joe. You can direct the questions appropriately.
Hello, I'm Brian Otieno. First, sorry, it isn't a question, but a compliment. Thank you very much. I've actually been touched by what they were sharing. Thank you also for the moderator. It was an amazing session, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brian. Thank you for that.
Some of our classmates that would be brave enough to engage in such platforms like today would be looking for perhaps I want to work for Safaricom, I want to work for this SME, I want to be in the media industry. They'd really be going out, they'd be going out of their comfort zone to engage them from first year when you're still shy and figuring out so many things in this city, right? And right now, reflecting back, they are very, very far in their professional journey. So do not forget to take advantage of such platforms. I'm reaching out to these individuals. You've had their credentials, reaching out to Brian, reaching out to the other SARs who have spoken. Ask them, okay, how have you gotten where you have gotten? And what can I do? Can I do something? Can I assist even with something, some form of informal attachment where you're just like, I can do this assignment, I can learn this and these skills, and this is what, just building up your portfolio. By the time you're getting in fourth year, you'll be having a very different conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, indeed, a very different. Let's appreciate the lady. By the time you are leaving KCA, you live with innovative idea already working. Thank you very much. There are many more to go, yeah.
Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Alvin. I had a question for Brian specifically. There's this platform that you see that was matching innovators and the investors. Did you get that? Just repeat. Yes, that was my question.
Oh, it's called Kenya National Innovation Bridge.
Kenya National Innovation Bridge. Okay. We are good. I think we've done it, given that it's also been here for quite a bit of time. Now, last closing remarks, starting with Brian, and this is appeal to the audience. What should they do next? Followed by Alan and Joe finally.
Okay, so to my fellow youths, you are only youth once. Let's decolonize the mindset of studying and employment. Let's explore opportunities. Use your time well in the university, network, reach out to different industry players, see what you can contribute to the society, and go for it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Alan?
Thank you so much. Mine, I'll just give you mambo ni matatu. I'll tell you three things that for me I think has kept us moving, and I strongly believe that is the direction. One is that you need to think big. You know, start small and start now. Think big, start small, and start now.
Oh.
Don't wait to start tomorrow.
Start
Thank you.
small and start now. These big three things: think big, start small, start now.
Yes.
Oh, what's the order? Do I start now or just start by think big?
You must think big.
All right, then.
Then you start small.
All right,
and
but I
you
start
now.
Wonderful.
I think we've visited the innovation there. You will see somebody has maybe just one thing. And when I was with the chief guest and we were walking, you'll find that they'll be able to tell if you think about this, if you can improve like this. You know, they have started, but I strongly believe they're thinking big. So those are the three steps that if you borrow them and of course, not to forget in all these, put God first, you will then be able to achieve. Thank you.
God first. Thank you very much. And finally, Joe.
I will pick from start now, and I will tell you as don't do this, move in this direction. Take the value of wisdom that comes with mentorship and let it accelerate you further. I am grateful to KCA for having given our association, SME Founders Association, an opportunity to partner with you. I know there are some talks in progress, and we will be able to provide opportunities for you to just understand what industry wants, what industry needs, and how you can be able to place yourself as a young person. So once again, thank you for that opportunity.
Once again, thank you very much. Let's all stand so that we take declaration. We are going to do declaration. We are going to do a declaration. Of course, after me. We are going to take the model of Alan, and we are going to say today, we start by thinking big. Say, I am going to think big. Then I am going to start small. Then I'm going to start now. But in starting now, I will look for mentorship. God help me. Thank you very much. And let's appreciate the wonderful team. Keep clapping until they leave the... Thank you very much, Alan. Thank you very much, Brian. Thank you, Brian. Thank you so much, Alan. Thank you, Joe. Wonderful people. And thank you for staying the longest possible. You know, we were worried here, but you've kept it and you've kept the faith. Thank you so much. Thank you, and back to you. Partnership.
All fired up. While we shall be able to again leave at our pleasure. But before that, I now need to appreciate the panelists who have been here and
to really bring us to new dimensions in terms of what we should be able to do in order to improve the Kenya innovation ecosystem, the role of industry academia partnership, because one cannot be able to achieve alone. Let me request that we appreciate them in a very special way, including our moderator. And we want to do makofi ya nyayo. Let's all be upstanding and we give them makofi ya nyayo. Makofi ya nyayo for our very young Turks who are here, Generation Z, I hear, who might not have experienced the maziwa ya nyayo. What we do is that we clap 3 times. Makofi ya nyayo, moja, mbili, tatu, punga, pungua. We were training. Now you have known. Let's now do it more perfectly, appreciating our panelists and our moderator in a very special way. Okay, makofi ya nyayo, moja, mbili, tatu, punga, pungua. Thank you, our panelists. While we are upstanding, we have already been able to take the first oath. Mine will not be an oath, but to request you to repeat after me, just as confirmation that what we have learned today, we shall be able to do it. And I want you to repeat after me. It can be done. It should be done. And if it cannot be done, then we shall be done. We need to implement what we are learning, turn it practical, and begin harvesting out of it. Thank you so much. At this point, let me request a volunteer to end for us with a word of prayer while we remain upstanding. Kindly come up front.
Good afternoon. So let's believe and pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, King of Kings, Jehovah Shammah, we come before you this evening, appreciating and uplifting your name even higher, O God. Even as we started the session from the morning, from the start, we started welcoming you that you may lead us and take us all along, safe and sound, O God. Even as you are going to be leaving and even as you have climaxed the session, O God, we uplift your name and we appreciate you for your care. Even as you are going to be implementing according to the declaration and the words that you have just spoken, You lead us and cover us and be our protector all through. We uplift your name and we magnify your name. Even higher, for you deserve all the glory and honor. In Jesus Christ, I do pray. This trust and believing. Amen. Thank you.
At this point, we are now free to leave, but I just wanted to mention tomorrow we are starting our program. We should be here by 9 sharp. While our guests leave, join Prof. Mushiri. I'm just briefing you about tomorrow's program. We are starting at, we should be here by 9 sharp. And then tomorrow we expect to have a few remarks from the Dean, School of Business, and then the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Research, Innovation, and Outreach. Thereafter, we shall be having a keynote speech by the Principal Secretary, Maritime, Shipping, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy, and Maritime. And thereafter, we'll have the guest exhibition tour, tea break. We'll have a word from ISPAC, entrepreneurship story from Paul Wambua, and then thereafter we'll have a panel discussion at 11:45 expected on the topic of YEDF financing model, and thereafter lunch. After lunch, we expect to have a business plan pitching, where we'll be able to have various stakeholders, our students and even faculty, pitching particular ideas that they have and which can be able to attract funding. Otherwise, we want to very much appreciate you for today, and we want to believe that you've been able to learn from all the presentations which we have had today. On behalf of the program manager who has been here from morning, Roger Sabongo, I have taken up as the one to finalize the program, and I want to wish you all a very wonderful day until we meet a time when we cannot avoid, which should be tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you so much. Mubarikiwe nyote. You're now free to leave at your own pleasure.
My name is Professor Isaiah Wakindiki. I'm the Vice Chancellor and CEO at KCA University. I want to welcome you all from the 30th to the 3rd of November, 30th October. We will be having our annual Innovation Week and Industry Summit, which will be held at our Ruaraka campus, which is our main campus. We will be hosting our chief guest, who is at the same time our chancellor, has graciously agreed to come and preside over the function. Also, we have other notable public leaders. The PS Shipping also will be gracing the occasion later in the week. And the theme of our this year's Innovation Week and the Industry Summit is to leverage on the linkage between academia and industry so that we can together produce sustainable innovations. That's what we want to emphasize. And we are doing this with many partners. For example, our sponsor, the Institute for Certified Public Accountants, popularly known as ISPAC, will be participating. The KCB Bank will be participating. We will have other partners like the British Council, the Kenya Revenue Authority, KRA, CASNEB, the Serari Group also will be participating. Moringa School Youth Enterprise Fund, or the Youth Enterprise Resource Hub, Association of Startup and SME Enablers, and many more. And therefore, my call to you is to invite all our students, all our staff, other stakeholders, and also the general public, innovators, researchers. I want to invite you to our Ruaraka campus from the 30th to the 3rd. There will be quite a huge assembly of people who are enthusiastic towards innovations will be assembled there. There will be various pitches, there will be shows on innovations, competitions. So please, you are most welcome to come and participate with us and for sure contribute to the sustainable development of our nation. Thank you so much indeed.